Today, I've prepared the biography of Bill Gates. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you nestle into your pillows and pull your blankets close, allow yourself to drift into the gentle rhythm of this story. Tonight, we'll explore the life of a visionary who transformed our digital world, but we'll do so in soft, hushed tones, perfect for these quiet hours. Let your breathing slow as we journey through the remarkable life of Bill Gates. From his curious childhood to his technological innovations and philanthropic endeavors, feel free to let your eyelids grow heavy as my voice carries you toward peaceful slumber. In the quiet, tree-lined streets of Seattle, Washington, on a mild autumn day in 1955, a child was born who would one day transform the world of technology. William Henry Gates III came into this world on October 28th, in a time when leaves were gently turning golden and falling softly to the ground. His parents, William H. Gates SR and Mary Maxwell Gates, welcomed their son into a comfortable, nurturing home filled with books, ideas, and the gentle hum of intellectual curiosity. The Gates family lived in the peaceful neighborhood of Sand Point, where the waters of Lake Washington lapped gently against the shoreline, creating a soothing backdrop to young Bill's earliest days. His father was a respected attorney, a tall and imposing figure with a kind heart and measured words. William SR brought home stories of his work, speaking in the evenings about contracts and negotiations, planting early seeds of business acumen in his son's developing mind. Mary Gates, Bill's mother, was a warm and engaging woman who balanced her family responsibilities with civic engagement, serving on charitable boards and fostering a spirit of giving back to the community that would later influence her son's philanthropic endeavors. In those early years, as the soft light of morning would filter through curtains into young Bill's room, he would often wake with a mind already buzzing with questions. He was a child of remarkable intensity, even in moments of play. His sister Christiane, 3 years his senior, would later recall how even board games became serious strategic endeavors for her little brother, who disliked losing and would analyze every possible move with careful consideration. The family's youngest member, Libby, 9 years younger than Bill, would come to know a brother already deeply engrossed in the world of computers by the time she formed her earliest memories. The Gates household was not one of idle leisure. Dinner conversations were rich with discussion about books, politics, and social issues. Mary and William SR encouraged their children to express opinions and engage in respectful debate. They created a home where curiosity was nurtured like a delicate garden plant, given just the right amount of attention to flourish, but enough space to grow in its own direction. In this thoughtful environment, young Bill developed an early love for reading, often losing himself in the pages of reference books, allowing his mind to wander through worlds of knowledge as the hours drifted by like clouds on a summer day. The 1960s unfolded around the Gates family like a slowly changing season. While the world experienced cultural revolutions and technological advancements, Bill was growing into a studious, somewhat reserved child with an exceptional aptitude for mathematics. His parents recognized his intellectual gifts early and sought an educational environment that would gently challenge his active mind. They enrolled him in Lakeside School, an exclusive private institution that would prove transformative in ways they could never have imagined. Lakeside School stood amid green lawns and stately trees, its brick buildings housing classrooms where teachers encouraged deep thinking and intellectual exploration. It was here in 1968, when Bill was 13 years old, that the school made a decision that would alter the course of his life with the quiet significance of a river changing direction. The Mothers Club used proceeds from a rummage sale to purchase computer time on a General Electric computer for the school students. In an era when computers occupied entire rooms and were primarily found in university or corporate settings, this opportunity was as rare and precious as finding a perfect shell on a vast shoreline. Young Bill was immediately drawn to this machine with its blinking lights and humming processors. While other children his age were riding bicycles or playing ball in the lengthening shadows of afternoon, Gates would spend hours in the computer room, the soft click of the teletype keys creating a gentle rhythm as he explored this new world of programming. The blue glow of the screen illuminated his focused face as he lost himself in the logical puzzles of early coding, finding a language that seemed to match the way his own mind worked. It was during these formative years at Lakeside that Bill Gates formed a friendship that would one day reshape the technological landscape. Paul Allen, 2 years his senior, shared Gates' fascination with computers. The two boys would often walk home together after long sessions in the computer room, the Seattle mist creating halos around street lamps as they discussed coding problems and possibilities. Their conversations would meander through technical challenges and dreams of what computers might someday become, their words floating into the cool evening air as they walked beneath trees that had witnessed generations of dreamers before them. The Gates family home continued to be a place of warmth and intellectual stimulation. On weekends, Bill's father would sometimes take him to his law office, the quiet building offering a different kind of education. As young Bill observed the careful precision with which legal documents were prepared, his mother would involve him in her charitable work, gently instilling values of community responsibility and the importance of using one's talents to improve the lives of others. These lessons settled into Bill's consciousness like seeds in fertile soil, waiting for the right season to fully bloom. As the years passed, with the gentle inevitability of tides. Bill's interest in computers deepened and matured. By the time he was in high school, he and Paul Allen had formed a small company called Trafodata, which created a device to measure traffic flow. Though not a commercial success, this early venture provided valuable experience and strengthened the partnership that would later create Microsoft. The young entrepreneurs would work late into the evening, the soft whir of equipment keeping them company as they solved problems and refined their ideas, unaware that these quiet hours of concentration were preparing them for much larger endeavors. Bill's academic performance at Lakeside was exceptional, particularly in mathematics and sciences. His mind seemed to absorb complex concepts with the effortless grace of a sponge drawing in water. Teachers noted his ability to focus intensely on subjects that interested him, sometimes to the exclusion of all else. This single-minded concentration would become one of his defining characteristics, allowing him to delve deeply into problems that others might abandon as too difficult or complex. In 1973, as autumn once again painted the Seattle landscape in warm hues of amber and gold, Bill Gates left his childhood home to attend Harvard University. The family gathered to help him pack, his mother folding sweaters with careful hands, his father offering quiet advice about this new chapter. The house that had witnessed his childhood discoveries and teenage explorations would now stand a little emptier, waiting for holiday returns and summer breaks when the family would once again be complete. Harvard's historic campus, with its ivy-covered buildings and centuries of tradition, welcomed the bright young student from Seattle. Gates enrolled as a pre-law student, a nod to his father's profession, but he was drawn inexorably to the computer center and mathematics courses. His dorm room became a place of late-night discussions and impromptu problem-solving sessions, with fellow students gathering to watch as Gates tackled programming challenges with remarkable ease. During his Harvard years, Gates maintained his connection with Paul Allen, who would visit campus and share news of the rapidly evolving computer industry. The two friends would spend hours in conversation, sometimes sitting by the Charles River as it flowed gently past, discussing the possibilities that seemed to be unfolding in the world of personal computing. It was during one such visit that Allen showed Gates a magazine that would change everything. The January 1975 issue of Popular Electronics, featuring the Altair 80-800 on its cover. The Altair, created by MIT's Micro-Instrumentation and Telemetry Systems, was one of the first personal computers available to hobbyists. As Gates and Allen studied the magazine in the quiet of Gates' dorm room, they saw an opportunity that glimmered like distant stars appearing in an evening sky. The Altair needed a programming language, and the two friends believed they could provide it. With the confidence of youth and the foundation of years spent mastering programming. They contacted MITS and offered to develop a version of BASIC for the new computer. What followed was a period of intense work, with Gates dividing his time between his Harvard studies and the development of the programming language. He would often work through the night, the campus growing quiet around him as other students slept, the soft glow of desk lamps creating pools of light in darkened windows. His dedication to this project reflected the same focus he had shown as a child, absorbed in board games or reference books. A complete immersion that allowed little room for distractions. The basic interpreter that Gates and Allen created was successful, leading to the formation of Microsoft in April 1975. The name, a combination of microcomputer and software, was chosen to reflect their focus on software for small computers. At the time, neither young man could have foreseen how this modest beginning would grow into one of the world's most influential technology companies, like a tiny seed that eventually becomes a towering tree. Gates made the difficult decision to leave Harvard in his junior year, stepping away from the path of traditional education to pursue his vision of making computers accessible and useful to ordinary people. His parents, who had always valued education, were initially concerned about this choice, but they had also raised their son to think independently and follow his convictions. With their cautious blessing, he embarked on this uncertain journey, moving to Albuquerque, New Mexico, where MITS was headquartered. The early days of Microsoft were filled with long hours and the challenges of building a business from scratch. Gates and Allen worked in modest offices, writing code and negotiating contracts, laying the groundwork for what would become a technological empire. Gates, not yet 21, revealed an unexpected talent for business strategy and negotiation, skills perhaps influenced by those childhood evenings listening to his father discuss legal matters or watching his mother navigate community leadership roles. As Microsoft began to grow, Gates demonstrated the same intensity and focus that had characterized his approach to programming. He expected similar dedication from his employees, creating a culture where intellectual ability and hard work were highly valued. The company relocated to the Seattle area in 1979, bringing Gates back to the region where he had spent his childhood, where the familiar landscapes and changing seasons provided a backdrop to his evolving business vision. Throughout these early professional years, Gates maintained connections with his family. His mother, Mary, continued to be a source of guidance and support, sometimes offering business advice drawn from her own experience serving on corporate boards. His father provided legal counsel and the steady presence that had been a constant throughout Gates' childhood. These family bonds remained important anchors as Gates navigated the rapidly changing waters of the technology industry. The story of Bill Gates' early life is one of fortunate circumstances, gently aligned with exceptional abilities, born into a family that valued education and encouraged intellectual curiosity. Provided with rare access to computers at a time when they were still mysterious machines in most people's minds, and blessed with a mind capable of understanding both technical complexities and business opportunities, Gates was positioned to make significant contributions to the digital revolution that would transform daily life in the coming decades. Yet beyond these advantages lay the personal qualities that would define his approach to both business and later philanthropy. The intense focus, the analytical thinking, the willingness to take calculated risks, and the vision to see possibilities where others saw only limitations. These characteristics, nurtured in the quiet moments of childhood exploration and strengthened through youthful ventures, would carry him forward into a life of extraordinary achievement and eventually profound giving. As we reflect on these formative years, we can almost see the young Bill Gates walking thoughtfully through Seattle neighborhoods as rain falls softly around him, his mind already turning over problems and possibilities, moving steadily toward a future he is helping to create with each careful step forward. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the gentle rain of the Pacific Northwest, where evergreen trees whisper ancient secrets and the waters of Puget Sound lap softly against the shore, a family story began to unfold that would eventually touch every corner of our modern world. The Gates family story, like a river flowing through time, carries with it the sediment of generations, each adding their own unique minerals to the waters that would eventually produce William Henry Gates III, known to the world simply as Bill. The Gates family lineage stretches back through the mists of American history, intertwining with the nation's own development in ways both humble and profound. Bill's paternal ancestors made their way to American shores in the late 19th century, bringing with them the resilient spirit of their northern European heritage. His father's side carried German and English roots, those sturdy branches of ancestry that had weathered centuries of European history before finding new soil in America. William Henry Gates II, Bill's father, was born in 1925 in Bremerton, Washington. Himself the son of a furniture store owner, the elder Gates grew up during the quiet hardship of the Great Depression, those years of national challenge that shaped an entire generation's approach to work, security, and opportunity. This experience of witnessing scarcity and resilience would later inform how he raised his own children, instilling in them both a sense of privilege and responsibility that comes with comfort. The Gates name itself carries etymological connections to gatekeeper or guardian, a fitting coincidence for a family that would eventually stand at the gateway between the analog past and the digital future. Names often carry with them the whispered echoes of ancestral paths, and the Gates name suggests those who facilitate passages and transitions. Another gentle coincidence in the story of a man who would help the world transition into a new technological era. On his mother's side, Bill Gates carries the blood of the Maxwell family, with its Scottish heritage and traditions. Mary Maxwell Gates, born in 1929, came from a family with banking connections. Her father, James Willard Maxwell, was a president of the National City Bank in Seattle, establishing a family connection to the world of finance that perhaps whispered early lessons about capital and investment into the family atmosphere. The Maxwell name carries its own ancient Scottish significance, deriving from Macus, well, or Macus, spring, suggesting sources of nourishment and sustenance. Another fitting coincidence for a maternal line that would nurture a son whose work would eventually feed global innovation. The gentle confluence of these family streams, the Gates and Maxwell rivers merging, created the family environment into which Bill Gates was born on October 28, 1955. The family settled in the Laurelhurst neighborhood of Seattle, a peaceful community of well-maintained homes with views of Lake Washington, where the rhythms of upper-middle-class American life played out against the backdrop of the post-war economic expansion. In the Gates household, dinner conversations often drifted toward civic responsibility and intellectual engagement. Mary Gates, with her warm presence and sharp intellect, brought to the family table her experiences serving on corporate and charitable boards, including the United Way and the University of Washington. She would often speak of community needs and the obligations of those fortunate enough to help address them. These dinner table conversations, flowing like gentle evening tides, carried with them seeds of the philanthropic values that would later blossom in her son's life. Standing tall at 6 feet 7 inches, brought to the family not just his physical presence, but his measured, analytical approach to problems. As an accomplished attorney, he shared with his children the value of careful reasoning and principled argument. The legal mind, with its attention to detail and appreciation for both rules and creative interpretation, became part of the family inheritance, passed down not through genes, but through countless conversations and observations. The Gates family traditions centered around the values of education, service, and reasoned debate. Each evening, the family would gather around their dinner table, a simple ritual transformed into a forum for ideas and gentle intellectual challenge. Young Bill and his 2 sisters, Christiane and Libby, were encouraged to express opinions and defend them with logic and evidence. These were not harsh interrogations, but rather nurturing invitations to think more deeply, to consider alternative perspectives, to refine one's thinking in the warm crucible of family discussion. During summers, the Gates family would often retreat to Hood Canal, where their vacation home provided a sanctuary for both relaxation and reflection. There, against the backdrop of Washington's natural beauty, with mountains standing sentinel in the distance and waters lapping at the shore. The family would engage in board games that stretched into evening hours. These were not merely diversions, but extensions of the family's appreciation for strategy, friendly competition, and mental agility. Young Bill's competitive nature found healthy expression in these games, whether Monopoly with its lessons in asset management, or Risk with its balance of chance and strategy. The family's religious tradition, rooted in the Protestant faith, added another dimension to Bill's developing worldview. The Gates family attended the Congregational Church, where the emphasis on individual conscience and social responsibility resonated with their own values. While not overtly devout in later years, this early exposure to spiritual traditions that emphasized both personal reflection and community obligation left its subtle imprint on Gates's developing sense of purpose and ethics. Holiday celebrations in the Gates household blended conventional American traditions with their own unique family customs. Christmas mornings would find the children eagerly unwrapping gifts, often including books that reflected the family's value of knowledge and exploration. Thanksgiving gatherings extended beyond immediate family to include friends and colleagues who might otherwise be alone, reflecting Mary Gates's inclusive spirit and belief that prosperity carried with it obligations to others. The family's approach to money reflected a balance of privilege and perspective. While the Gates children grew up with material comfort, they were also taught the value of money and the importance of making thoughtful choices about its use. Bill received an allowance like many children of his era, but was encouraged to consider saving, giving, and spending in measured proportion. This early financial education, delivered not through formal lessons, but through the gentle guidance of everyday decisions, would later inform his approach to both business and philanthropy. In the Gates household, education was viewed not merely as a path to career success, but as the foundation of a meaningful life. Mary and Bill S.R. created a home environment rich with books, newspapers, and magazines. The family subscribed to Time, National Geographic, and various scientific publications, their pages turned by curious young fingers seeking windows into worlds beyond Seattle. This atmosphere of intellectual curiosity meant that learning extended far beyond school hours, becoming instead a natural and ongoing process woven into the fabric of daily life. The extended family also played important roles in shaping young Bill's development. His maternal grandmother, Adele Thompson Maxwell, with her quiet dignity and sharp mind, often shared stories of earlier times, creating for her grandchildren a sense of historical continuity and perspective. These stories, delivered in the soft cadence of reminiscence, connected Bill to a past that predated his birth, helping him understand himself as part of a longer human narrative. Family gatherings brought together aunts, uncles, and cousins, creating a wider circle of influence and affection. These extensions of the immediate family provided additional role models and perspectives, enriching the social environment in which young Bill developed his understanding of relationships and community. His mother's brother, a physician, brought to family discussions insights from the world of medicine and science, further broadening the intellectual horizons available to an inquiring young mind. The Seattle of Bill Gates's childhood was itself a character in his developing story. This city, nestled between mountains and sea, had its own particular culture that valued innovation, education, and a certain independent spirit. The community's Scandinavian influences brought with them cultural values of practicality, design simplicity, and social responsibility. The Japanese and Chinese communities added their own rich traditions to the city's cultural fabric, creating a quietly cosmopolitan environment that looked both across the Pacific and toward the future. In this Seattle, rain fell not as an inconvenience, but as a gentle presence, nurturing the lush landscape and perhaps encouraging indoor pursuits like reading and thinking. The city's gray skies and green landscapes created a contemplative backdrop for childhood development, a natural environment that rewarded patience and appreciation for subtle beauty rather than immediate gratification. The post-war economic growth that transformed America also reshaped Seattle, bringing new industries and opportunities to the region. Boeing's aerospace developments created an atmosphere of technological possibility, while the University of Washington provided an intellectual anchor for the community. This was a place where innovation and tradition coexisted comfortably, where new ideas were welcomed but evaluated against enduring values. As young Bill Gates moved through this world of family traditions and local culture, certain qualities began to emerge that would later define his approach to both business and philanthropy. His intense focus, evident even in childhood activities, reflected perhaps the concentrated attention modeled by his father in legal work. His analytical thinking mirrored the reasoned discussions that were family tradition around the dinner table. His willingness to think differently, to question established patterns, found encouragement in a family that valued independent thought within a framework of shared values. The Gates family story is not one of dramatic upheaval or romantic struggle, but rather of steady purpose and quiet privilege used thoughtfully. It is a narrative of educational values passed through generations, of civic responsibility viewed as natural obligation, of intellectual curiosity nurtured through both formal and informal channels. These elements, like gentle rain seeping into fertile soil, created the conditions for growth that would eventually extend far beyond family or regional boundaries. As we imagine the young Bill Gates walking through Seattle neighborhoods, perhaps returning from the library with books tucked under his arm, we see not just an individual, but a child carrying with him the accumulated wisdom and values of generations. The rain falls softly around him, just as family influences fell gently upon his developing mind and character. His footsteps, measured and purposeful even then, carry him forward on a path shaped by both heritage and personal choice. The story of his ancestry is not one of predetermined destiny, but of probability shaped by values, opportunities, and individual response. The German precision, Scottish practicality, American optimism, and Seattle innovation all mingled in the cultural inheritance that formed his earliest understanding of the world. Yet within these influences remained always the space for personal choice, for the individual to accept, reject, or transform the legacy they receive. In later years, as Bill Gates would transform technology and then global philanthropy, we can trace in his approaches the subtle influences of family traditions and cultural inheritance, his methodical analysis of problems, his belief in the power of education to transform lives, his conviction that privilege carries responsibility. All these echo the quiet lessons absorbed in childhood homes and family gatherings, in church pews and dinner table conversations, in board games at Hood Canal, and walks through rain-washed Seattle streets. And so the Gates family story continues to unfold, like all family narratives, through generations that both honor their heritage and forge new paths. The values that shaped a young boy's understanding of his place in the world would eventually inform his vision of how technology could transform human experience and how accumulated wealth could address global challenges. In this way, family stories extend beyond their origins, their influence rippling outward in ever-widening circles that touch shores far distant from their beginnings. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next in the gentle embrace of the Pacific Northwest, where the soft mist of rain creates a perpetual hush across the landscape. Young Bill Gates began his journey in the quiet neighborhood of Seattle's Sand Point area. The mid-1950s Seattle of Bill's childhood was a place of understated beauty, where the deep green of towering Douglas firs met the steely blue waters of Lake Washington and Puget Sound. The air carried the subtle scent of saltwater mingling with pine, a constant reminder of nature's presence, even within the city limits. The Gates family home on Laurelhurst, a comfortable, well-appointed house, stood as a testament to upper-middle-class prosperity without ostentation. It was a home filled with warm wood tones and large windows that welcomed the diffused, silver-gray light characteristic of Seattle days. These windows framed views of manicured gardens where rhododendrons and hydrangeas bloomed in their seasons, creating splashes of color against the evergreen backdrop. The soft patter of rain against glass became a soothing soundtrack to family life, creating a cocoon-like atmosphere that encouraged introspection and indoor pursuits. Inside this nurturing space, young Bill experienced the comfortable rhythms of a structured household. Morning light would filter through curtains as the household stirred to life. The quiet murmur of his father preparing for work at his law practice, the gentle movements of his mother as she organized the day's activities. The family breakfast table became a place of both nourishment and conversation, where ideas were exchanged with the same care as past plates of food. The clink of silverware against china, the rustle of his father's newspaper, the soft voice of his mother discussing community affairs. These formed the gentle soundscape of Gates's early mornings. The neighborhood itself moved to a measured pace, with tree-lined streets where children played under the watchful eyes of neighbors who knew each other by name. The sidewalks, often slick with rain, connected houses of similar comfortable design, creating a community of shared values and experiences. In spring and summer, the scent of freshly cut grass would join the natural perfume of the area as gardens were tended and children ventured outdoors more frequently. The distant sound of ferries crossing the sound, their deep horns occasionally carrying through the air, reminded residents of their connection to the wider world beyond their peaceful enclave. Bill's childhood Seattle was a city still finding its modern identity, transitioning from its roots in lumber and fishing to the more technological future it would eventually embrace. The 1962 World's Fair would introduce the Space Needle to the skyline during Bill's elementary school years, a symbol of forward thinking that would subtly influence a generation of Seattle children. The fair's focus on science and technology created ripples throughout the city, touching even the quieter residential neighborhoods with a sense of possibility and progress. At Lakeside School, where Bill would begin attending in 7th grade, the environment shifted to one of intellectual stimulation and academic rigor. The campus, with its brick buildings and green quadrangles, created a space that felt both protected and expansive. The school's hallways carried the soft echoes of earnest discussions, the shuffle of papers, the quiet concentration of young minds engaged in learning. The library, with its high ceilings and rows of books, offered a sanctuary where the scent of paper and binding glue created an atmosphere conducive to deep thought and exploration. It was here that the influential introduction to computing would occur, with the teletype machine's rhythmic clacking becoming a new sound in the tapestry of Bill's sensory experience. The machine, connected to a General Electric computer, introduced a new language of interaction, not just of words, but of logic and commands. The physical sensation of pressing keys that would translate thought into action, the anticipation of waiting for a response from a distant machine, the satisfaction of solving problems through this new medium, all created powerful sensory memories that would shape his future path. Beyond school and home, The Gates family spent meaningful time at their vacation retreat on Hood Canal, where nature's presence was even more pronounced. Here, the sensory experience intensified the sharp scent of pine needles warming in rare sunshine, the feel of cool water against skin during summer swims, the taste of freshly caught seafood prepared for family meals, the sound of water lapping against the shore created a gentle rhythm that invited relaxation and reflection, while evening board games by lamplight fostered both competitive spirit and family bonds. The physical spaces of Bill's childhood were complemented by the social environment that shaped his understanding of the world. The Gates household was one where conversation flowed freely, where ideas were valued regardless of who voiced them. Dinner table discussions became forums for developing thinking skills, with parents who encouraged questions rather than merely providing answers. The gentle clink of dishes would accompany discussions of current events, ethical questions, or intellectual puzzles, creating an atmosphere where the mind was nourished alongside the body. Community service formed another important dimension of the Gates family social environment. Bill's mother, Mary, involved herself in numerous civic organizations, demonstrating through her actions the importance of contributing to the wider community. The United Way, Children's Hospital, and the University of Washington all benefited from her volunteer efforts, creating a living example of responsibility beyond self-interest. Young Bill would observe his mother preparing for meetings, making phone calls on behalf of causes, and discussing strategies for community improvement. All activities that occurred within the home space, but extended their influence far beyond its walls. The Gates family's religious life at Congregational Church added another layer to Bill's social environment. Sunday mornings brought the ritual of dressing in more formal attire, the drive to church through quiet streets, the familiar faces of the congregation greeting one another with warm smiles and gentle handshakes. The church interior, with its wooden pews and filtered light through stained glass, created a space of contemplation and community. The soft harmonies of hymns, the measured cadence of readings and sermons, the quiet moments of prayer, all contributed to a sensory experience that connected individual reflection with communal values. Within this religious community, Bill absorbed messages about ethical responsibility and the moral dimensions of human choice. The church's emphasis on individual conscience rather than rigid doctrine aligned with the Gates family's approach to raising children who would think for themselves while considering their obligations to others. The physical space of the church, with its architecture designed to lift the gaze upward, subtly reinforced messages about aspiration and higher purpose that would later manifest in Bill's approach to both business and philanthropy. The broader Seattle community of the 1950s and 1960s also shaped Bill's development through its particular cultural characteristics. The city's population, largely descended from Northern European immigrants, brought with it values of hard work, education, and civic responsibility. Yet Seattle also harbored a certain independence of spirit, a willingness to pursue new ideas that would later make it receptive to technological innovation. This cultural environment, neither rigidly traditional nor radically progressive, created space for a young mind to develop its own path while respecting established wisdom. The physical geography of Seattle itself may have played a subtle role in shaping Bill's worldview. The city's position as a gateway to Asia created an awareness of international connection, while its relative isolation from other major American cities fostered a self-reliant mentality. The surrounding natural beauty, mountains visible on clear days, waters reflecting changeable skies, forests preserving primeval mystery, provided constant reminders of contexts larger than human creation. This landscape taught patience too, as Seattle residents learned to appreciate the rare, perfect days that emerged from long stretches of gray, finding beauty in subtle variations of cloud and light. Seasons passed in gentle rhythms in this environment, each bringing its own sensory experiences. Autumn brought the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the return to school routines. Winter wrapped the city in early darkness, but created cozy indoor spaces where reading and thinking flourished under warm lamplight. Spring announced itself through the bright green of new growth and the gradual lengthening of days. Summer offered precious weeks of clarity and brightness, when Lake Washington became a center of activity and outdoor exploration reached its peak. Through these cycles, young Bill developed an appreciation for both constancy and change, for the reliable patterns that support innovation. The social circles of the Gates family extended beyond neighborhood and church to include professional connections through Bill's father's law practice and his mother's extensive volunteer work. Visitors to the home brought diverse perspectives and conversation topics, exposing young Bill to a range of viewpoints and life experiences. The house would occasionally fill with the gentle murmur of adult conversation, the clink of coffee cups, or evening cocktail glasses, the subtle shifts in tone that signaled serious discussion or shared humor. In these gatherings, Bill observed the social dynamics of the adult world, learning through observation how ideas were exchanged, arguments constructed, and consensus reached within his peer group. Bill's experience shifted as he moved from public elementary school to the more academically focused environment of Lakeside. His friendships increasingly formed around shared intellectual interests rather than merely proximity, creating social bonds strengthened by collaborative problem solving and mutual curiosity. The computer room at Lakeside became a particular social space where a small group of similarly fascinated students gathered around the teletype machine, their excitement creating an energy that contrasted with the otherwise quiet academic atmosphere. Here, in the soft glow of fluorescent lights, with the rhythmic sounds of the machine as background, social connections formed that would eventually lead to business partnerships and lifelong friendships. The economic environment of Bill's childhood, while privileged, was not one of extravagance. The Gates family lived comfortably, but with an emphasis on value and purpose rather than display. This approach created physical surroundings that were pleasant and supportive without being ostentatious. Quality was valued over quantity, durability over fashion, substance over appearance. These values manifested in the family home's furnishings, in clothing choices, in the activities deemed worthy of time and resources. The physical environment thus reinforced messages about discernment and priorities that would later influence Bill's approach to both business decisions and philanthropic efforts. As evenings settled over the Seattle landscape of Bill's childhood, the sensory experience would shift again. The fade of natural light would give way to the warm glow of lamps, creating pools of illumination for reading or homework. The house would quiet as daily activities wound down, perhaps with the soft strains of music from the family record player, or the murmur of the television, bringing news from beyond their immediate surroundings. The persistent sound of rain might intensify in the darkness, creating a natural white noise that encouraged deep sleep and vivid dreams. In this nurturing physical and social environment, a young mind was forming connections, developing patterns of thought, and absorbing values that would eventually express themselves on a global scale. The comfortable rooms where a boy worked through mathematical problems, the family discussions that valued reasoned argument, the school spaces that introduced technological possibilities, the natural surroundings that taught patience and perspective. All these elements combined to create the foundation from which Bill Gates would eventually step into a wider world. The gentle rhythms of this childhood, the daily routines, the seasonal changes, the gradual expansion of horizons through education and experience, created a sense of security from which exploration could safely proceed. Like the waters of Puget Sound, sometimes calm and sometimes stirred by unseen currents. The environment of Bill's early years provided both stability and movement, both boundary and possibility. In this balanced space, curiosity could flourish without fear. Ambition could develop alongside responsibility, and individual talent could recognize its connection to community need. And so, as night falls on our exploration of these formative spaces and relationships, we can see how the particular qualities of a Seattle childhood in the mid-20th century might shape a vision that would eventually extend far beyond those rainy streets and comfortable rooms. The ripples from these early experiences would eventually reach distant shores, transforming not just technology, but approaches to global challenges, carrying forward the values absorbed in those quiet, thoughtful spaces of childhood. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. As the educational journey of young Bill Gates began to unfold, it took root in the fertile soil of Seattle's Lakeside School, an institution that would prove pivotal in shaping his intellectual trajectory. In those quiet halls, surrounded by the gentle patter of Seattle rain against tall windows, Bill found himself drawn into the world of structured learning, his mind absorbing knowledge like the moss that drinks in the Pacific Northwest's persistent moisture. Lakeside School was not just any educational institution, but rather a haven for intellectual development, a place where young minds could wander through fields of knowledge without constraint. The campus itself seemed to breathe wisdom, with its stately brick buildings nestled among towering evergreens that swayed in the soft coastal breezes. Here, in this tranquil setting, Bill's mathematical aptitude began to blossom like the region's delicate spring wildflowers. Each problem solved, opening the petals of his understanding a little wider. Mathematics came naturally to young Bill, his mind finding comfort in the reliable patterns of numbers, the soothing consistency of equations that always balanced perfectly when approached with patience and care. There was something deeply reassuring about this numerical world, where problems had definitive solutions, where persistence always yielded results, where the universe could be understood through careful, methodical reasoning. As he worked through increasingly complex problems, Bill experienced the gentle satisfaction that comes from bringing order to chaos, from finding clarity where confusion once reigned. But it was in 1968, when Bill was in 8th grade, that a truly transformative element entered his educational journey. The Mothers Club at Lakeside used proceeds from a rummage sale to purchase a teletype Model 33 ASR terminal and time on a General Electric computer. In the soft hum of this remarkable machine, Bill discovered a new love, a new language, a new world of possibility. Computer programming offered something that resonated deeply with his methodical mind: the ability to create something from nothing using pure logic, to build virtual structures with nothing but thought and patience. The school's computer room became a sanctuary for Bill, a quiet space where time seemed to slow and expand. Hours would pass like minutes as he immersed himself in coding, the gentle clicking of the teletype keys creating a soothing rhythm, a meditation of sorts. The green glow of the terminal cast soft shadows across his focused face as he worked. Often late into the evening, the building growing quiet around him as others departed for home. It was during these peaceful hours of exploration that Bill formed a friendship with Paul Allen, a student 2 years his senior, who shared his fascination with computing. Their connection was built on quiet conversations about programming possibilities, on collaborative problem solving, on a shared vision of what these machines might someday become. Together, they would sit in comfortable silence, occasionally breaking it to share an insight or ask a question, their minds moving in parallel through digital landscapes that few others could yet envision. Their friendship was not characterized by the loud exuberance typical of teenage boys, but rather by a thoughtful, almost contemplative quality. They were like two naturalists who had discovered a new species together, carefully observing its habits, gently testing its capabilities, patiently documenting its behaviors. In the soft-spoken exchanges between these two young minds, the seeds of Microsoft were being planted, though neither could have imagined the forest that would eventually grow from them. The Lakeside Programming Group, which included Bill and Paul, was given the opportunity to provide computer time to students. In exchange, they received free computer time for themselves, a precious commodity in those early days of computing. Like patient gardeners tending to rare plants, they nurtured their programming skills in this fertile environment, each line of code adding to their growing expertise, each problem solved strengthening their confidence in their abilities. During this period, Bill developed a reputation for his ability to immerse himself completely in programming tasks, entering a state that psychologists might now call flow, a peaceful merging of action and awareness where time seems to suspend itself. Fellow students would sometimes find him still working at the terminal in the morning, having spent the entire night coding, his concentration unbroken by the passage of hours, his mind moving through algorithms with the steady persistence of a river, finding its path to the sea. This capacity for deep focus would remain with Bill throughout his life, becoming one of the defining characteristics of his approach to both work and learning. There was something meditative about his ability to maintain concentration, to follow a problem to its conclusion without distraction, to sit with complexity until it revealed its underlying simplicity. In the quiet intensity of his engagement with computing, one could see the foundations of future achievements being laid, one line of code at a time. As Bill progressed through high school, his academic interests expanded beyond mathematics and computing to encompass other fields as well. He found pleasure in the elegant structures of formal logic, in the rhythmic patterns of grammar, in the subtle interplay of historical forces. Each subject offered its own form of beauty, its own kind of peace, the satisfaction of understanding, the comfort of knowledge, the tranquility that comes from making sense of the world. When it came time for college, Bill chose Harvard University, that venerable institution nestled along the gentle curves of the Charles River. In the fall of 1973, he arrived in Cambridge, Massachusetts, carrying with him not just his exceptional intellect, but also the habits of mind developed during those quiet hours in Lakeside's computer room: patience, persistence, precision, and a willingness to explore unknown territories without fear. Harvard offered Bill an intellectual buffet of remarkable richness and variety. He sampled widely from its offerings, taking courses in mathematics, economics, and computer science, but also venturing into literature, law, and social sciences, like a butterfly moving unhurriedly from flower to flower. He gathered nectar from diverse fields of knowledge, allowing cross-pollination to occur naturally in his receptive mind. During his freshman year, Bill lived in Wigglesworth Hall, a dormitory whose red brick exterior spoke of tradition, while housing young minds focused on the future. In the evenings, when the campus grew quiet and the golden light of sunset gave way to the silver glow of moonlight, Bill would often find himself engaged in long, thoughtful conversations with fellow students. These discussions meandered like gentle streams, touching on politics, philosophy, technology, and the shape of things to come. It was in the peaceful atmosphere of these late-night talks that Bill continued to refine his thinking about computing and its potential. The ideas exchanged during these sessions were like seeds planted in rich soil, germinating slowly but steadily in the fertile ground of his imagination. Though he couldn't yet see their full form, the outlines of future possibilities were beginning to emerge, shadowy but promising, like distant mountains glimpsed through morning mist. While at Harvard, Bill maintained his connection with Paul Allen, who had moved to Boston to work for Honeywell. Their friendship continued to center around their shared passion for computing, their conversations now enriched by Bill's Harvard experiences and Paul's exposure to the professional computing world. Together, they would spend long hours discussing the emerging microcomputer revolution, their voices soft, but their excitement palpable, as they envisioned the possibilities unfolding before them. It was during this period that they saw the January 1975 issue of Popular Electronics, featuring the Altair 8800 microcomputer on its cover. This moment, though seemingly ordinary, just two young men looking at a magazine in a Harvard dormitory, would prove to be a turning point, not just in their lives, but in the history of computing itself. The Altair represented something new, a computer small and affordable enough for individuals to own. In the quiet space of recognition that followed their first glimpse of the machine, a vision began to form. Bill and Paul realized that the Altair would need a programming language, and they saw an opportunity to provide it. With characteristic focus and determination, Bill set about creating a version of BASIC for the machine, working long hours in Harvard's computer lab, the gentle hum of equipment providing a soothing backdrop to his concentrated efforts. The work was challenging but deeply satisfying, each problem solved bringing a sense of accomplishment, each line of code bringing them closer to their goal. When they contacted MITS, the manufacturer of the Altair, to tell them about their BASIC interpreter, they hadn't actually completed it yet. In fact, they didn't even have access to an Altair for testing, but with quiet confidence in their abilities, they promised to deliver. In the weeks that followed, Bill worked with monastic dedication, often forgetting to eat or sleep as he immersed himself in the peaceful flow of programming. The outside world fell away as he focused entirely on the task at hand, his mind moving with gentle persistence through the complex landscape of code creation. Paul Allen flew to Albuquerque to demonstrate their basic interpreter to MITS, carrying with him a paper tape that contained the fruits of their labor. The demonstration was successful, and MITS agreed to distribute their language. This quiet triumph marked the beginning of Microsoft, though the company wouldn't be officially founded until April 4, 1975. In the soft glow of this initial success, the outlines of a remarkable future were beginning to take shape. As his junior year at Harvard progressed, Bill found himself increasingly drawn to the work he was doing with Microsoft. The pull of this new venture was gentle but persistent, like the tide gradually rising on a peaceful shore. He began taking leaves of absence to work in Albuquerque, the academic rhythms of Harvard giving way to the entrepreneurial rhythms of a fledgling software company. Eventually, in 1977, Bill made the decision to leave Harvard without completing his degree, choosing instead to devote himself fully to Microsoft. This choice, made not with impulsive haste, but with thoughtful consideration, reflected his growing understanding of the opportunities before him. Like a bird sensing the right moment to leave the nest, he recognized that the time had come to fully commit to the path that had been gradually revealing itself through his educational journey. The skills and knowledge he had acquired during his years of formal education at Lakeside and at Harvard now merged with the practical experience he was gaining as a software developer and entrepreneur. The theoretical understanding of computing principles provided a solid foundation, while the hands-on experience of creating actual products added practical dimensions to his knowledge. Together, these elements created a comprehensive understanding of both the technical and business aspects of the emerging personal computer industry. Throughout this period of transition from student to entrepreneur, Bill maintained the qualities that had characterized his approach to learning: patience, focus, thoroughness, and a willingness to delve deeply into complex problems. These traits, cultivated in the quiet spaces of libraries and computer labs, would serve him well in the business world, allowing him to navigate challenges with the same steady persistence he had applied to mathematical equations and programming problems. The educational journey that had begun in the nurturing environment of his childhood home and continued through the structured settings of Lakeside and Harvard, now expanded into the wider world of business and innovation. Yet even as the scale of his endeavors grew, the core patterns of his intellectual approach remained consistent: the careful analysis, the methodical problem solving, the patient pursuit of elegant solutions. As we drift toward sleep, contemplating this remarkable educational path, we might reflect on how the quiet moments of learning and discovery often prove to be the most significant in the gentle silence of concentration, in the peaceful flow of focused work, in the tranquil space of thoughtful conversation. The foundations of innovation are laid, one insight at a time. Bill Gates's journey reminds us that education is not merely the accumulation of facts, but the gradual cultivation of habits of mind that allow us to make sense of the world and perhaps to change it for the better. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. From his earliest years, Bill Gates was surrounded by people who quietly shaped his mind, his work ethic, and his vision for the future. These mentors and role models appeared at just the right moments, offering wisdom, encouragement, and sometimes even challenges that pushed him toward greater understanding. Their influence was never loud or forceful, but rather like a gentle current guiding a boat downstream, steady, persistent, and ultimately transformative. One of the first and most enduring influences was his mother, Mary Gates, a warm and intelligent woman. She instilled in young Bill a love of learning through simple, everyday moments. She read to him often, encouraged his curiosity, and fostered an environment where questions were met with thoughtful answers rather than dismissals. When he showed an early fascination with encyclopedias, she didn't just hand him the books, she sat with him, discussing the topics he found most interesting, helping him see connections between ideas. Later in life, he would recall these quiet evenings as some of the most formative of his childhood, where the seeds of his analytical mind were planted. A man of steady discipline and deep integrity, while Mary nurtured Bill's imagination, his father provided structure, teaching him the value of patience, hard work, and fairness. He led by example, never raising his voice, but always insisting on thoughtful debate. In family discussions, he encouraged Bill to articulate his reasoning clearly, to listen before responding, and to approach disagreements with logic rather than emotion. These lessons would later serve Bill well in business negotiations, where calm, reasoned discussion often proved more powerful than force. At Lakeside School, a pivotal figure entered Bill's life, a mathematics teacher named Fred Wright. Wright recognized early on that this restless, brilliant student needed more than the standard curriculum. He introduced Bill to advanced mathematical concepts, not through dry lectures, but through puzzles and real-world problems that made abstract ideas suddenly click into place. Wright had a way of making learning feel like an adventure, and under his guidance, Bill's confidence in his analytical abilities grew. Even years later, Gates would cite those after-school sessions as the moments when he first truly understood the beauty of structured thinking. But perhaps no mentor was as instrumental in shaping Bill's early career as Paul Allen, his childhood friend and eventual co-founder of Microsoft. Their relationship began in the computer lab at Lakeside, where they bonded over their shared obsession with programming. Alan was slightly older, a step ahead in technical knowledge, and he became both a collaborator and a guiding figure. He had a way of seeing the future of computing long before others did, and his enthusiasm was infectious. Late into the night, they would huddle over teletype machines, debating ideas, testing code, and dreaming of a world where computers would be in every home. Alan's patient explanations and relentless curiosity pushed Bill to deepen his own understanding, and their partnership became the foundation for what would later become one of the most influential companies in history as Microsoft took shape. Another mentor emerged in the form of Warren Buffett. Though their friendship developed later in life, Buffett's influence on Bill's thinking was profound. At their first meeting, Buffett disarmed him with simple, direct questions. No pretense, no jargon, just a deep curiosity about how things worked. Over the years, their conversations ranged from business strategy to philanthropy, and Buffett's wisdom, delivered in his trademark folksy style, helped Bill refine his approach to both wealth and giving. Buffett taught him that true success wasn't just about building something great, but about using that success to make the world better in measurable, lasting ways. Another quiet but powerful influence was Melinda French, who would later become his wife. In the early days of their relationship, she brought a perspective that balanced Bill's intense focus on technology with a deep empathy for people. She encouraged him to think beyond the code, to consider how technology could improve lives, not just markets. Their discussions, often late at night after long days of work, helped shape his later philanthropic efforts. She wasn't just a sounding board. She was a partner in redefining what his legacy could be. Throughout his journey, these mentors and role models appeared at just the right moments, each offering a piece of wisdom that helped Bill grow, not just as a technologist or businessman, but as a thinker and a human being. Their lessons weren't delivered in grand speeches or dramatic turning points, but in quiet conversations, shared projects, and the steady accumulation of insights over time. And so, as we reflect on these relationships, we might think of our own lives, the people who have gently guided us, who have asked the right questions at the right times, who have believed in us before we fully believed in ourselves. Just as Bill's mentors shaped his path, our own journeys are quietly influenced by those who take the time to teach, to listen, and to encourage. In the stillness of night, as sleep begins to settle in, we can appreciate how these connections, often formed in quiet moments, become the invisible threads weaving the fabric of our lives. Rest now, knowing that growth is a slow and steady process, shaped not just by our own efforts, but by the kindness and wisdom of those who walk beside us. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story, in the quiet hum of the mid-1970s, when computers were still massive machines tucked away in university basements and corporate labs. A young Bill Gates was already stepping into the world of technology with a quiet determination. His early career began not in a polished office, but in the dim glow of computer terminals, where lines of code flickered across screens like distant stars. It was a time when the very idea of personal computing was still a dream, a whisper among engineers and hobbyists. But Bill, with his sharp mind and restless curiosity, saw something more, a future where these machines would sit on every desk, in every home. His first professional experiences were humble, almost accidental. While still a student at Harvard, he and his childhood friend Paul Allen would spend hours talking about the potential of software. Their conversations weaving through the night like the gentle turning of pages in a book. One evening, as snow fell softly outside, Paul showed Bill an issue of Popular Electronics featuring the Altair 8800, one of the first microcomputers. That moment, simple and unassuming, sparked something in them both. They realized that if they could write software for this machine, they could help shape the future of computing. With no Altair to test their code, they worked purely from manuals, writing lines of instructions on yellow legal pads, their hands moving in quiet rhythm. When they finally called the company that made the Altair, MITS, and claimed to have a working program. Though they hadn't yet run it, the owner, Ede Roberts, invited them to demonstrate it. The weeks that followed were a blur of late nights and caffeine as they refined their basic interpreter, typing furiously on borrowed computers. When they arrived in Albuquerque to present their work, there was no certainty it would function, but as the machine processed their code for the first time, spitting out the correct results, a silent understanding passed between them. They had done something remarkable. This was the birth of Microsoft. Though it didn't yet bear that name, the company began as a small partnership, a handshake agreement between two young men who believed in the power of software. Their first office was little more than a rented room, the air thick with the scent of warm circuitry and the soft clicking of keyboards. Money was tight, and sleep was often sacrificed for the sake of progress. But there was a quiet thrill in those early days, a sense of building something from nothing. The challenges were constant. The computer industry was still finding its footing, and many companies viewed software as an afterthought, something that should come free with hardware. Bill and Paul had to convince the world that their work had value. That code was worth paying for. It was an uphill battle, fought not with grand gestures, but with persistence, one meeting, one contract at a time. Bill, still in his early 20s, would fly to meetings with executives twice his age, speaking with a calm confidence that belied his youth. He learned to negotiate not by raising his voice, but by listening, by understanding what the other side needed and finding a way to meet them there. One of his earliest mentors in business was a man named Monty Davidoff, a fellow programmer who helped refine Microsoft's early software. Monty had a quiet methodical way of working, and his influence taught Bill the importance of precision in code. How a single misplaced character could unravel hours of work. It was a lesson in patience, in the value of slowing down to get things right. As the years unfolded, Microsoft grew, its team expanding from a handful of programmers to a small but dedicated workforce. Among them was a soft-spoken mathematician named Bob Arrear, who became one of Bill's closest collaborators. Bob had a way of explaining complex problems in simple terms, his voice steady and reassuring. Together, they worked on projects that would lay the foundation for the personal computer revolution. Their days blending into nights as they debugged lines of code under the glow of desk lamps. The historical context of this time cannot be overstated. The late 1970s and early 1980s were a period of immense change in technology. Companies like Apple and IBM were racing to bring computers into homes and offices, and Microsoft positioned itself as the silent force behind the scenes, providing the software that made these machines useful. When IBM approached Microsoft to develop an operating system for their first personal computer, it was a turning point. Bill, ever the strategist, saw an opportunity not just to fulfill a contract, but to shape the future of computing. Instead of selling the software outright, he negotiated to retain the rights to license it to other manufacturers, a decision that would one day make Microsoft a household name. The work was relentless. Deadlines loomed like storm clouds, and the pressure to deliver was immense. Bill would often fall asleep at his desk, waking hours later to the sound of printers humming to life as new lines of code were tested. Yet, amid the exhaustion, there was a sense of purpose, a knowledge that they were part of something bigger than themselves. Through it all, Bill's leadership style began to take shape. He was not a charismatic showman, but a thinker, someone who preferred deep dives into technical details over flashy presentations. His meetings were known for their intensity, long, quiet stretches where he would absorb information, followed by sharp, probing questions. But those who worked closely with him knew that beneath his analytical exterior was a deep care for the people around him. He remembered names, asked about families, and though he demanded excellence, he also fostered loyalty by trusting his team to do their best work. By the early 1980s, Microsoft was no longer a scrappy startup, but a rising force in the tech world. The release of MS-DOS and later Windows cemented its place in history. Yet for Bill, the journey was never about the destination. It was about the quiet moments in between, the late-night coding sessions, the shared victories over stubborn bugs, the unspoken understanding between collaborators who believed in the same dream. And so, as we drift toward sleep, let us remember that even the grandest achievements begin in small, unremarkable moments. A conversation between friends, a line of code written by lamplight, a decision made not for glory, but for the simple joy of building something new. In the stillness of night, we can imagine those early days, the hum of machines, the soft rustle of paper, the quiet certainty that the future was being written, one keystroke at a time. Rest now, knowing that every great journey starts with a single step, taken not alone, but alongside those who share the vision. And as sleep wraps around you like a warm blanket, may you dream of the quiet beginnings that shape the world, drifting like clouds across the evening sky. We now move to the next part of this calming life story. In the quiet hum of machines and the glow of monitors, Bill Gates was shaping not just a company, but an entire era. The 1980s unfolded with Microsoft at its heart, a steady pulse in the rhythm of technological progress. MS-DOS had been the foundation, a simple yet powerful operating system that spoke the language of machines in a way few had imagined. But it was Windows that would become the defining masterpiece, a canvas where ideas could bloom with the click of a mouse. The vision was elegant. Computers should be intuitive, accessible, a tool for everyone, not just the few who understood the arcane language of code. The road to Windows was not smooth. There were long nights where the weight of the project pressed heavily on the team, where bugs seemed insurmountable, and deadlines loomed like distant storms. But Bill had a way of working through problems, a methodical patience that turned obstacles into stepping stones. He would sit for hours, poring over lines of code, his mind tracing the logic like a river, finding its way to the sea. He believed in iteration, in refining and refining again, until the software felt as natural as breathing. That persistence, that refusal to settle, was what made Windows a revolution. Finally launched in 1985, it was more than just a product. It was a promise that technology could be friendly, that the future could be shaped by human hands. The graphical interface, with its icons and windows, felt like magic to those who had only known the stark glow of command lines. The world began to change, slowly at first, then all at once. Offices, schools, homes, each one transformed by this quiet revolution. This shift from complexity to simplicity. But Bill's contributions stretched far beyond the walls of Microsoft. He saw the potential of the internet before many even understood what it was. In the mid-1990s, when the web was still a tangled wilderness, he steered Microsoft toward the browser wars, recognizing that the internet would be the next great frontier. Internet Explorer became a bridge for millions, a gateway to a world of information and connection. It was another step in his lifelong mission to put tools in the hands of people, to make the world smaller, more accessible. And then there were the quieter contributions, the ones that didn't make headlines, but shaped lives in profound ways. His belief in philanthropy was not an afterthought, but a natural extension of his work. In 2000, he and Melinda founded the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, an organization dedicated to solving some of humanity's greatest challenges: disease, poverty, education. He approached these problems with the same focus he brought to coding, breaking them down into solvable pieces, measuring progress, refusing to accept that any problem was too big to tackle. Vaccines were developed, schools were built, lives were changed, all because a man who had spent his life building software decided to build a better world. Even as he stepped away from Microsoft's day-to-day operations, his influence lingered in the culture of innovation he had nurtured. The company continued to evolve, embracing cloud computing, artificial intelligence, and new frontiers he had helped envision. But for Bill, the greatest satisfaction was never in the accolades or the wealth. It was in the knowledge that his work had opened doors for others, that somewhere a child was learning to code because a computer was no longer a mystery, that somewhere a scientist was curing a disease because the tools to do so existed. As we drift deeper into the night, let these thoughts settle softly in your mind. The story of Bill Gates is not just one of genius or ambition. It is a story of quiet persistence, of late nights and small victories, of believing that the world can be better and doing the work to make it so. And as sleep wraps around you, may you find comfort in knowing that even the grandest achievements are built on moments just like these, ordinary, patient, full of hope. Rest now and dream of the future, knowing that every great change begins with someone who dares to imagine it. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. Imagine, if you will, a quiet evening in the winter of 1968, the air crisp with the promise of something new. A young boy of 13 sits in the computer room of his Seattle private school, his fingers hovering over a teletype machine, the hum of the machine, the faint glow of the screen. It was here, in this moment, that Bill Gates first felt the pull of the digital world. The school had just acquired a terminal connected to a mainframe computer, an uncommon luxury at the time. Most students saw it as a novelty, but Bill saw possibility. He spent hours there, late into the night, writing his first lines of code. Had he dismissed it as just another school activity, the story might have been different, but he didn't. He leaned in, fascinated, as if the machine were whispering secrets meant only for him. Years later, another moment would arrive, soft as a turning page. It was 1975, and the world was on the cusp of a revolution. The Altair 8800, one of the first personal computers, had just been released, and Bill, now a Harvard student, saw in it an opportunity. Alongside his friend Paul Allen, he made a decision that would alter the course of his life. He dropped out of college to pursue software development. It was a gamble, one that could have ended in obscurity. What if he had stayed, finished his degree, chosen the safer path? The world might never have known Microsoft, and the age of personal computing might have unfolded in slower, smaller steps, but he took the leap, trusting that the future belonged to those who built it. Then came the quiet, relentless work, the days and nights spent in dimly lit rooms, writing code, refining ideas. In 1980, another turning point emerged, this time in the form of a phone call. IBM, the titan of computing, was looking for an operating system for their new personal computer. Microsoft didn't have one, but Bill saw the opportunity and seized it. He acquired a system called QDOS, refined it, and rebranded it as MS-DOS. That decision, that moment of quick thinking and bold negotiation, would become the foundation of Microsoft's empire. Had he hesitated, had he not recognized the significance of the deal, the company might have remained just another small player in a crowded field. Instead, MS-DOS became the heartbeat of IBM PCs, and later, the world's computers. Success, however, was not without its shadows. In the late 1990s, Microsoft faced antitrust lawsuits, accused of monopolistic practices. It was a storm that could have shattered the company. And for Bill, it was a period of deep reflection. He could have doubled down, fought harder, resisted change. But instead, he chose to listen, to adapt. He stepped back from the day-to-day leadership, allowing new voices to guide Microsoft into the next era. What if he had clung to control, refused to evolve? The company might have stagnated, its innovations growing stale, but by letting go, he allowed Microsoft to reinvent itself, embracing open-source collaboration, cloud computing, and artificial intelligence, ideas that would have seemed foreign in the company's early days. And then another quiet shift, one that would define his legacy beyond technology. In 2000, he and his wife Melinda established the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, turning their attention to global health, education, and poverty. It was a decision born not of obligation, but of genuine belief in the power of giving. What if he had kept his wealth, his influence, focused solely on business? Countless lives might have remained untouched by vaccines, by clean water, by the chance at education. But he chose differently. He stepped away from the spotlight of Silicon Valley and into the quieter, more profound work of solving problems that had plagued humanity for centuries. Each of these moments, the first encounter with a computer, the leap into the unknown, the adaptation in the face of challenge, the decision to give back, was a thread in the tapestry of his life. None were guaranteed. At any point, a different choice could have led him down another path. But it was in these quiet, decisive instants that the future was shaped. Now, as you drift toward sleep, let these reflections settle softly in your mind. The story of Bill Gates is not just one of brilliance or fortune, but of moments, ordinary, fleeting, yet charged with possibility. It is a reminder that every life is made of such moments, that each decision, no matter how small, sends ripples into the unknown. And so, as you close your eyes, May you find comfort in knowing that the future is not fixed, that it bends gently with each choice we make. Rest now and dream of the paths not yet taken, the moments still waiting to unfold. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. Bill Gates's life has been woven not just by his own ambitions and intellect, but by the quiet, steady presence of the people who shaped him, those who challenged him, loved him, stood beside him in moments of triumph and uncertainty. His relationships were like threads interlocking, sometimes tightly, sometimes loosely, but always leaving an imprint on the fabric of who he became. From the very beginning, his family was his first anchor. His parents, William and Mary Gates, nurtured his curiosity, even when it led to late-night debates at the dinner table or the occasional act of teenage rebellion. His father, a measured and thoughtful attorney, taught him the importance of structure and fairness, while his mother, warm and socially engaged, instilled in him a sense of responsibility toward others. His sisters, Christy and Libby, provided both companionship and the occasional reality check, reminding him that brilliance alone wasn't enough. Kindness mattered too. Yet, it was his friendship with Paul Allen that would alter the course of his life in ways neither could have predicted. They met as boys at Lakeside School, two restless minds drawn together by their fascination with computers. Paul, slightly older, was the dreamer, the one who imagined what technology could become, while Bill was the relentless executor, turning those dreams into code, into business, into reality. Their partnership was electric, but not always easy. There were disagreements, moments when their visions clashed, particularly as Microsoft grew beyond what either had envisioned. When Paul left the company in 1983, it was a quiet fracture, one that took years to mend. But time softened the edges of their past conflicts, and in later years, they found their way back to each other, sharing memories of their early days with laughter and the quiet understanding that some bonds are too deep to fully unravel. Then there was Steve Ballmer, the fiery, exuberant force who became Bill's closest confidant at Microsoft. Where Bill was analytical, Steve was explosive, a salesman, a motivator, the kind of person who could electrify a room with sheer energy. Their dynamic was one of balance, of push and pull. Steve challenged Bill, sometimes fiercely, and Bill trusted him enough to listen. For years, they worked side by side, shaping Microsoft into an empire. But their friendship extended beyond the office. Weekend basketball games, late-night strategy sessions, the unspoken understanding that they were building something bigger than themselves. Even after Steve stepped down as CEO, their bond remained, a testament to the enduring power of shared purpose. But perhaps the most profound relationship in Bill's life was the one he formed with Melinda French. They met at Microsoft in the late 1980s, two sharp minds drawn together, not just by intellect, but by something quieter, more unexpected, a shared sense of curiosity about the world beyond technology. Their courtship was unhurried, built on conversations that stretched into the night, debates about books, philosophy, the future. Bill, often so focused on his work, found in Melinda someone who could match his intensity, but also soften his edges. She had a way of grounding him, of reminding him that life was more than lines of code and quarterly earnings. Their marriage in 1994 was a turning point, not just personally, but in the trajectory of their shared legacy. Together, they navigated the complexities of fame, of parenthood, of balancing immense wealth with the responsibility it carried. Melinda's influence was subtle but undeniable. She broadened Bill's perspective, deepened his empathy, and when they founded the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, it was her voice that often steered their focus toward gender equality, toward the overlooked struggles of women and girls around the world. They were partners in the truest sense, each shaping the other in ways both visible and unseen. Even in their eventual separation, there was a quiet dignity, a mutual recognition that some journeys take different paths, yet the foundation remained, a testament to the work they had built together, the lives they had changed. Their relationship, like so many in Bill's life, was not without its complexities, but it was undeniably transformative beyond family and romance. There were mentors who left their mark: Warren Buffett, whose friendship and wisdom became a guiding light in Bill's later years. The two billionaires, seemingly opposite in temperament, Buffett with his folksy charm, Gates with his technical precision, found common ground in their love of learning and their belief in giving back. Buffett's decision to entrust much of his fortune to the Gates Foundation was not just a financial gesture, but a profound vote of confidence in Bill and Melinda's vision. And then there were the quieter connections, the teachers who encouraged him, the colleagues who challenged him, the countless individuals whose lives intersected with his in ways both fleeting and lasting. Each left an imprint, a lesson, a moment of friction or warmth that shaped the man he became. As you drift toward sleep, let these relationships linger in your mind like soft echoes. They remind us that no life is lived in isolation, that even the most brilliant minds are shaped by the people who believe in them, who push them, who love them. Bill Gates's story is not just one of innovation and wealth, but of human connection, of bonds that endure across decades, of quiet moments of understanding that change everything. And so, as you close your eyes, imagine these threads, delicate, strong, intertwining, each one a reminder that we are all part of something larger. Rest now, knowing that even in solitude, we are never truly alone. The people who touch our lives leave whispers in the quiet, guiding us forward, even in dreams. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography, beyond the glare of the spotlight, beyond the boardrooms and the stock tickers and the ceaseless hum of innovation. There was another side to Bill Gates, a quieter, more intimate world of family, friendship, and the small, steady rituals that anchored him. It was in the early mornings, before the world fully woke, that he often found his favorite moments. The house would still be hushed, the light soft through the windows, and he would sit with a book in hand, the pages turning slowly. He loved to read, not just the technical manuals and business reports that shaped his work, but novels, biographies, histories. The weight of a book in his hands, the quiet rhythm of reading, was a habit he had carried since childhood. Some mornings, he would linger over the same page for minutes at a time, lost in thought, letting the words settle into his mind like gentle rain. And then there was breakfast, simple, unhurried, a bowl of cereal, perhaps, or toast with jam, eaten while watching the lake outside his home ripple in the dawn light. He had always been a creature of routine, finding comfort in repetition, in the small acts that required no fanfare, even as his days filled with meetings and global travel. These moments of stillness remained sacred. Family was the quiet heartbeat of his life. His wife, Melinda, was his partner in every sense, not just in marriage, but in purpose, in curiosity, in the shared belief that their fortune could be a force for good. They met at Microsoft, where she was working in marketing, but their connection went deeper than business. She was sharp, compassionate, unafraid to challenge him, and together they built not just a family, but a shared vision for the world. Their home was filled with laughter, with the voices of their 3 children, with the warmth of shared meals and inside jokes. Evenings often found them gathered around the dinner table, talking about everything from school projects to global health. The conversation meandering like a slow, familiar river. Bill was a father who delighted in the ordinary magic of parenting, helping with homework, attending soccer games, reading bedtime stories in silly voices. He once spent an entire weekend building a model rocket with his son, carefully assembling each piece, explaining the science behind it in a way that made the boy's eyes light up. These were the moments he treasured, the ones that existed outside the glare of public life, where he was simply dad, where success wasn't measured in billions, but in bedtime stories and shared ice cream cones. Friendship, too, was a quiet cornerstone. Though he was often painted as intensely private, those who knew him well spoke of his loyalty, his dry humor, his willingness to listen. Warren Buffett, one of his closest friends, was a man who understood the weight of wealth and the importance of using it wisely. Their bond was built on long conversations about philanthropy, about chess games that stretched late into the night, about the shared belief that money was only as valuable as the good it could do. They laughed often, these 2 titans of industry, their friendship a reminder that even the busiest lives need moments of lightness. And then there were the hobbies, the small escapes that let his mind wander beyond spreadsheets and strategy. He loved puzzles, the kind that demanded patience, that couldn't be rushed. Sudoku, crosswords, even the intricate challenges of bridge, a game he played with the same focus he once applied to coding. It wasn't about winning, but about the pleasure of solving, of seeing patterns emerge where others saw chaos. Travel, too, was a passion, though not in the way one might expect. He wasn't drawn to five-star resorts or private beaches, but to places that taught him something, villages in Africa, where he could see the impact of his foundations work firsthand. Cities where history whispered from every corner. He carried a notebook with him, jotting down observations, questions, ideas that might later bloom into something bigger. But perhaps the most revealing part of his personal life was his philosophy on time. He guarded it carefully, understanding that the most precious resource wasn't money, but the hours in a day. He scheduled, think weeks, solitary retreats where he would disappear into a cabin with stacks of books and reports, emerging only when he had wrestled an idea into clarity. He believed in the power of deep work, in the importance of stepping back, of letting the mind breathe. And so, as you let these images drift through your thoughts, the quiet mornings, the laughter around the dinner table, the chess games and the puzzles, and the slow turning of pages, remember that greatness is not just built in the spotlight, but in the shadows, in the small, steady moments that shape a life. Bill Gates was a man who changed the world, yes, but he was also a man who cherished his family, who found joy in simplicity, who understood that the truest measure of a life lies not in what you achieve, but in how you live. Let these thoughts lull you now, like the gentle lapping of waves against the shore. Imagine the quiet house in the early light, the rustle of pages, the hum of conversation, the warmth of shared silence. These are the threads that weave through every life, the quiet connections that make us who we are. And as you drift toward sleep, may you too find comfort in the small, steady rhythms of your own story, knowing that the most meaningful moments are often the ones that go unnoticed by the world, but live forever in the heart, like a gentle river flowing toward the sea. Our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. In the early days, when Microsoft was just a fledgling idea taking shape in a cluttered garage, Bill Gates's days were long and unstructured, driven by the restless energy of youth. He would wake late, often well past sunrise, his sleep patterns erratic from nights spent hunched over a computer, lines of code glowing on the screen in the dim light. His workspace was a tangle of wires, notebooks filled with scribbled algorithms, and empty soda cans, a nest of innovation where time seemed to blur. Breakfast, if he remembered it at all, might be a quick slice of cold pizza or a bowl of cereal eaten absently while scanning technical manuals. There were no formal meetings yet, no rigid schedules, just the hum of machines and the quiet intensity of a mind working at full speed. As the company grew, so too did the rhythm of his days. By the 1980s, His routine had settled into something more deliberate, though still far from conventional. He would arrive at the office late morning, often after most of his employees had already been at their desks for hours. His office was spare but functional, a large desk piled with papers, a computer always on, the faint scent of whiteboard markers lingering in the air. He preferred to work in long, uninterrupted stretches, sometimes forgetting to eat until well into the afternoon. Lunch, when he took it, was usually something simple, a sandwich eaten at his desk, while reading reports or scribbling notes in the margins. He had little patience for unnecessary meetings, preferring instead to dive deep into problems. His focus so intense that hours could pass without his noticing. Evenings were often just as work-filled as the days. He would stay late at the office, the building quiet around him, the glow of his monitor the only light in the room. When he finally left, it was often to return home to a quiet apartment where he might unwind with a book or a game of chess, the pieces clicking softly against the board. Sleep came late, sometimes not until the early hours of the morning, but he didn't mind. His mind was always racing, always turning over the next problem, the next idea. By the 1990s, as Microsoft became a global force, his routine evolved again. Marriage and fatherhood brought new structure to his days, a gentle cadence of family life layered over the demands of work. Mornings began earlier now, sometimes with the soft sounds of his children stirring in the next room. He would wake slowly, perhaps with a cup of coffee in hand, reading the news or scanning emails while the house came to life around him. Breakfast was a proper meal now, shared with his family: eggs, toast, the murmur of conversation about the day ahead. His workspace, too, had changed. No longer a cluttered desk in a bustling office, he now had a quiet home study, lined with books and lit by the soft glow of a desk lamp. He still worked long hours, but they were more measured now, punctuated by breaks to walk outside, to breathe in the crisp air, to let his thoughts settle. Lunch was often a salad or a simple soup, eaten quickly before returning to his screen. He had learned the value of stepping away, of giving his mind space to wander. Some afternoons, he would take long walks, his footsteps crunching on gravel as he turned over ideas in his head. Evenings were for family, dinners around the table, stories shared, laughter ringing softly through the house. He had come to cherish these moments, the quiet joy of being present, of setting work aside for a few precious hours. After the children were in bed, he might return to his study for a little while, reading or writing, until the late night stillness settled over the house. Sleep came more easily now, the weight of the day slipping away as he drifted off. The faint hum of the ceiling fan, the only sound in the dark. In his later years, after stepping away from the daily grind of Microsoft, his routine took on an even gentler pace. He woke with the sun now, his mornings slow and unhurried, Breakfast was a leisurely affair, fresh fruit, yogurt, the newspaper spread out on the table. His days were filled with reading, with long walks, with the quiet satisfaction of deep thinking. His study was still a sanctuary, but now it was filled with books on global health, on climate change, on the big problems he had turned his mind to solving. He would spend hours there, writing, planning, his pen moving smoothly across the page. Lunch was often shared with colleagues or friends, conversations meandering from science to philosophy to the small joys of everyday life. Afternoons might be spent in the garden, tending to plants, or in the library, lost in a novel. He had learned the art of balance, of weaving work and rest together in a way that felt natural, unhurried. Evenings were still for family, for quiet dinners and board games, for the simple pleasure of being together. And when night fell, he would retire to bed early, the day's thoughts settling like dust in moonlight, the soft rhythm of his breath the only sound in the dark. Through all these years, through all the changes, one thing remained constant: his deep respect for time, for the quiet moments that shape a life, whether in the chaos of a startup or the calm of retirement. He understood that the true measure of a day was not in what was accomplished, but in how it was lived. And so, as you drift toward sleep, imagine these rhythms: the clatter of a keyboard in a silent office, the rustle of turning pages, the murmur of family voices, the steady ticking of a clock. These are the sounds of a life well spent, of days filled with purpose and peace. Let them carry you gently into dreams, where time stretches soft and endless, and all is quiet, all is still. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Bill Gates's personal philosophy, like the slow unfurling of a leaf in spring, grew and shifted over time, shaped by curiosity, relentless optimism, and a quiet but unshakable belief in the power of human ingenuity. In his early years, his mind was a furnace of ambition, burning with the conviction that technology could reshape the world. This patience, this long view, was always present in his thinking. Even when he worked at a breakneck pace, he believed in the incremental, in the steady accumulation of progress, in the idea that small steps, taken with care, could lead to extraordinary places. As a young man, his philosophy was rooted in the clean logic of code, efficiency, precision, the elegant solution to a complex problem. But even then, there was something deeper at work. He didn't merely want to build software. He wanted to build tools that would amplify human potential. The computer, he often remarked, is the most remarkable tool we've ever created. This metaphor, simple yet profound, revealed his belief in technology, not as an end in itself, but as a means to elevate human capability, to free people to think bigger, to reach further. In the early days of Microsoft, his worldview was shaped by competition, by the thrill of outthinking rivals, by the exhilaration of being right about the future. But even then, there were glimpses of the man he would become. He was not motivated by wealth alone, though wealth came, but by the sheer joy of solving puzzles, of seeing patterns others missed. He would later reflect, success is a lousy teacher. This humility, this recognition that failure was a necessary teacher, would become one of the guiding principles of his later years. As Microsoft grew, so did his understanding of responsibility. The same mind that had once been consumed by algorithms and market share began to turn toward larger questions: how technology could bridge gaps, how it could lift people out of poverty, how it could heal. The turning point came in the late 1990s, when he and Melinda began traveling to parts of the world where the promise of technology had not yet reached. They saw children dying of diseases that had been eradicated in richer nations. They saw villages without clean water, without electricity, without the most basic tools of survival. And it was there, in the quiet moments after those trips, that his philosophy deepened. He began to read voraciously, obsessively, about global health, about economics, about the stubborn, complex problems that kept people trapped in cycles of poverty. He devoured reports, sought out experts, asked endless questions. And so he did. He studied what worked, what didn't, where resources were wasted, where a single innovation could change everything. The Gates Foundation became an extension of this thinking, a place where data and compassion met, where the cold logic of numbers was married to the warmth of human empathy. His belief in measurement, in the importance of knowing whether an intervention actually worked, became a hallmark of his approach. You can't manage what you don't measure, he often repeated, and so the foundation poured resources into vaccines, into mosquito nets, into agricultural innovations that could help farmers grow more food. He became a student of progress, tracking metrics with the same intensity he had once reserved for lines of code. But beneath the spreadsheets and the graphs was something softer, something more profound, a genuine belief that every life had equal value. In his later years, his worldview expanded even further. Climate change became a central concern, not as an abstract problem, but as a deeply human one. He saw how rising temperatures would hurt the poorest first, how droughts and floods would undo decades of progress, and so he turned his mind to energy, to the question of how the world could decarbonize without slowing growth. His thinking was characteristically pragmatic. His days now were filled with books stacked on his desk, piled by his bedside, each one a window into another facet of the world's problems. He read about history, about biology, about the lessons of past pandemics. He took notes in the margins, underlined passages, folded down corners. And in the quiet of his study, he would synthesize it all, drawing connections between seemingly unrelated fields, looking for the levers that could move the world. But for all his focus on the grand challenges, his philosophy was never devoid of joy. He loved games bridge, puzzles, the friendly competition of a tennis match. He believed in the importance of laughter, of not taking oneself too seriously, and in that simple statement was a distillation of his outlook, an acknowledgement of hardship, but a refusal to be defeated by it. Family, too, was central to his values, even at the height of his Microsoft days. He made time for dinners with Melinda and the children, for vacations where he could unplug and simply be present. In retirement, this balance became even more pronounced. Evenings were for board games, for reading aloud, for the quiet rituals that knit a family together. He understood, in a way that only those who have built great things can, that the truest measure of a life is not in what you create, but in the love you leave behind. And so, as the years passed, his philosophy became one of quiet stewardship, of wealth, of knowledge, of time. He saw himself not as an owner of resources, but as a temporary custodian, tasked with deploying them wisely. This sense of obligation, of returning to the world what the world had given him, was the thread that ran through every chapter of his life. As you drift towards sleep, imagine this man sitting in his study, the lamplight soft on the pages of a book, his pen moving steadily across a notepad. Outside, the night is still, the stars faint above the trees. His thoughts are on the future, on the problems yet to be solved, but also on the moment, the quiet, the peace, the simple act of thinking deeply. This is the essence of his philosophy, a belief in progress, yes, but also in presence, in changing the world, but also in savoring it. And so, let these thoughts lull you, gentle as a turning page, as a clock's steady tick, as the whisper of wind through leaves. The day is done, the work continues, but for now, there is rest, there is stillness, there is sleep. With each breath becoming slower and deeper, let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. Even the brightest paths are shadowed by obstacles, and the story of Bill Gates is no exception. His journey, though marked by extraordinary success, was also shaped by moments of struggle times, when the road ahead seemed uncertain, when doubts whispered at the edges of his confidence. But it was in these moments, in the quiet persistence of trying again, that his character deepened, like roots growing stronger beneath the soil. One of his earliest challenges came in his youth, long before the world knew his name. As a boy, he was fiercely competitive, his mind always racing ahead, craving intellectual challenges. But school, for all its structure, sometimes felt stifling. He grew restless, his curiosity outpacing the lessons before him. It was only when he discovered the school's computer terminal, a clunky, humming machine, in those early days, that something clicked. Here was a puzzle without limits, a language he could speak fluently. Yet even then, there were setbacks. The first programs he wrote failed. The code had errors. The machine refused to cooperate. But instead of walking away, he sat there, night after night, debugging line by line, learning that failure was just a step toward understanding. Later, when Microsoft was still a fledgling company, there were days when the weight of uncertainty pressed heavily upon him. In the early 1980s, as personal computers began to spread, competition loomed large. Rival companies emerged, each vying to dominate the market. IBM, once a partner, became both ally and adversary. There were legal battles, accusations of monopolistic practices, long nights spent in tense meetings where the future of his company hung in the balance. And through it all, he learned to adapt not by force, but by careful, deliberate strategy. He listened. He refined. He pivoted when necessary, never clinging to an idea simply because it was his own. Government pursued an antitrust lawsuit against Microsoft. The accusations were serious, that the company had stifled competition, that its practices were unfair. The trial was grueling, a relentless parade of depositions and testimonies, the kind of scrutiny that could unravel even the most confident leader. For Gates, it was a painful chapter. He had built Microsoft on the belief that technology could empower people. And now, that very mission was being questioned. His testimony sometimes came across as defensive, his brilliance overshadowed by frustration. But in time, he stepped back. He reflected. He realized that growth sometimes meant humility, that even the most visionary leaders must pause, reassess, and evolve. Then there were the challenges beyond business, the ones that tugged at something deeper. In the early 2000s, as he and Melinda turned their focus to global health through their foundation, they encountered problems far more complex than software. Diseases like malaria and polio were not lines of code that could be rewritten with a keystroke. They were entrenched, stubborn, woven into the fabric of poverty and inequality. Early efforts sometimes fell short. Vaccination campaigns missed remote villages. Promising treatments faced logistical nightmares. Critics questioned whether a tech billionaire had any place in public health, but Gates, ever the student, immersed himself in the science, consulting experts, poring over data, learning that solving humanity's greatest problems required not just intelligence, but patience, the kind that plants seeds knowing they may not bloom for years. And then, of course, there were the personal trials. The relentless pace of his work in Microsoft's early years strained relationships. He was often absent, his mind consumed by the next problem to solve. It took time and the gentle wisdom of those who loved him to realize that life was more than the next breakthrough. Marriage, fatherhood, friendship, these were not distractions from the mission, but part of it. Slowly, he learned to balance the drive to achieve with the need to connect, to be present. What emerges from all these struggles is not a story of unbroken triumph, but something quieter, more human, a man who faced setbacks not with defiance, but with a willingness to learn. When code failed, he debugged. When critics spoke, he listened, even when it hurt. When the world's problems seemed insurmountable, he focused not on the enormity of the task, but on the next step forward. And so, as you drift toward sleep, picture him again in that quiet study, the night stretching beyond the window. The challenges he faced were not roadblocks, but bends in the river, each one shaping the course, each one teaching something new. There is comfort in that thought, isn't there, that even the greatest minds meet resistance, that obstacles are not signs of failure, but part of the journey. Let that comfort settle over you now, slow as moonlight creeping across the floor. The struggles of today will, in time, become the lessons of tomorrow. And for now, there is rest, there is stillness, there is sleep. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period. There is a version of Bill Gates that exists outside the bright glare of the public eye, a quieter version, one that many might not recognize. He is not just the billionaire tech titan or the philanthropist with grand ambitions, but a man who, in the stillness of his private moments, reveals layers of quiet curiosity, unexpected hobbies, and small contradictions that make him deeply human. Imagine him as a child, long before Microsoft, sitting alone in the family's sunlit living room, not with a computer, but with a stack of books. He was a voracious reader, yes, but not just of technical manuals. He would lose himself in biographies, in science fiction, in thick novels that others might find daunting. Even today, his reading lists are filled with unexpected choices. Books about infectious diseases, yes, but also deep dives into obscure histories, forgotten inventors, and the quiet lives of people who shaped the world without fanfare. There is something comforting in that, isn't there? The idea that even the most analytical minds still crave stories, still get lost in the slow turning of pages. Then there is the Gates who, despite his fortune, finds deep satisfaction in simplicity. He once confessed that one of his favorite snacks was a plain cheese sandwich, the kind any child might make for themselves. No gourmet ingredients, no elaborate preparation, just bread and cheese, eaten with the same focus he once gave to debugging code. It's a small thing, but telling. The richest man in the world, and yet, in that moment, he was just a person enjoying a humble meal, no different from anyone else. He is also a man of quiet routines. Even at the height of his Microsoft years, he would retreat to his office late at night, not just to work, but to think. He had a habit of rocking gently in his chair, back and forth, a slow rhythm that helped him concentrate. Some who knew him well said it was almost meditative, the way he would lose himself in thought, the chair creaking softly in the stillness of an empty building. That image lingers, a genius alone with his thoughts, the world outside moving at its frantic pace, while he simply rocked, pondered, and let ideas unfold at their own speed. And then there are his hidden talents, the ones that rarely make headlines. Few know that he is a skilled bridge player, a game that requires patience, strategy, and an ability to read people, qualities that served him well in business, but which he honed over quiet card games with friends. Even fewer know that he once took up the ukulele, not with any great ambition, but simply for the joy of learning something new. There is something deeply human in that a man who changed the world with software, yet still found pleasure in the slow, clumsy plucking of strings as he taught himself a simple tune. Perhaps the most surprising contradiction is his relationship with technology itself. One might assume that the man who helped usher in the digital age would be surrounded by screens, always connected, but in truth, he has often spoken about the importance of disconnecting, of setting aside devices to simply be present. He would take long walks without his phone, lose himself in a book without checking emails, and insist on family dinners where conversation mattered more than notifications. It's a quiet rebellion against the very world he helped create, a reminder that even the architects of the modern age understand the value of stillness. Then there are the small, almost ordinary moments that reveal his character. He once missed an important meeting because he was so absorbed in a book that he lost track of time. Not a business manual, not a technical journal, but a novel. The meeting could wait, the story could not. There is a kind of poetry in that, isn't there? The idea that even the most disciplined minds can be swept away by something as simple as a good book. And of course, there is his sense of humor, dry and understated, the kind that catches people off guard. He once joked that if he had been born in another era, he might have been a perfectly happy librarian, content to spend his days among books, far from the noise of the tech world. It's a funny thought, Bill Gates, the quiet librarian, but also a revealing one. It suggests that beneath all the ambition, the drive, the world-changing vision, there was always a part of him that craved simplicity, that might have been just as happy in a smaller, quieter life. As you drift towards sleep, think of him not as the icon, but as the man, the one who reads late into the night, who still enjoys a cheese sandwich, who rocks gently in his chair while lost in thought, the one who, despite everything, is still learning, still curious, still human. There is comfort in that, isn't there? The idea that even the most extraordinary lives are woven from ordinary threads, small habits, quiet joys, the same simple pleasures we all know. And so, as the night deepens and the world outside grows still, let that thought settle over you like a soft blanket. The struggles, the triumphs, the quiet moments in between, they are all part of the same story. And for now, there is rest. There is stillness. There is sleep. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. The world into which Bill Gates was born in 1955 was one of quiet transformation, a post-war era humming with possibility. The United States, still basking in the victory of World War II, was entering a golden age of prosperity and innovation. Suburbs sprawled outward like warm honey, filled with families who dreamed of stability, of new appliances, of a future unshaken by the shadows of the past. It was the dawn of the space race, with Sputnik's beep echoing across the globe, just 2 years after Gates's birth, igniting both fear and fascination. Science was no longer just for laboratories. It was becoming part of the everyday, something that would shape Gates's childhood in ways no one could yet foresee. His early years unfolded against the backdrop of the Cold War's steady hum, a tension that flickered in the background like a distant radio broadcast. The Cuban Missile Crisis would come and go. The Civil Rights Movement would march forward, and the Vietnam War would stretch like a long shadow across the decade. Yet in Seattle, where young Bill spent his days, life had a different rhythm, one of rain-soaked streets, evergreen forests, and the quiet hum of a city still finding its place in the new technological age. His parents, well-educated and engaged, filled their home with books and discussions, fostering a curiosity that would never leave him. The 1960s, when Gates was just a boy, were a time of upheaval and reinvention. The counterculture movement bloomed like wildflowers, challenging old norms, while the first whispers of the digital age began to stir. Computers, then hulking machines that filled entire rooms, were still the domain of universities and government labs, but Gates, even as a child, sensed their potential. By the time he was a teenager, the world was changing faster than ever. The moon landing in 1969 wasn't just a triumph of engineering. It was proof that the impossible could become real, a lesson that would stay with him. When Gates entered Harvard in 1973, the world was in flux. The oil crisis sent shockwaves through the economy. Watergate unraveled trust in institutions. And yet, beneath it all, something new was stirring. The personal computer revolution was just beginning. A quiet tremor that would soon become an earthquake. The Altair 8800, a kit computer released in 1975, caught Gates's attention like a spark in dry grass. He saw what others didn't. That software, not just hardware, would be the key to the future. Dropping out of Harvard to start Microsoft with Paul Allen was a gamble. But the times demanded boldness. The late 1970s and early 1980s were a frontier, a digital Wild West where rules hadn't yet been written, and Gates thrived in the chaos. The 1980s, when Microsoft truly took flight, were a decade of excess and ambition. Wall Street boomed, pop culture exploded in neon colors, and the Cold War reached its climax. But beneath the surface, something quieter was happening. The home computer was becoming ordinary, no longer a curiosity, but a necessity. Gates, with his relentless focus on making software accessible, was at the heart of it. The release of Windows in 1985 wasn't just a product launch. It was the moment computing became something anyone could do, not just engineers in lab coats. By the 1990s, the world was hurtling toward the internet age, and Gates, now a household name, was both a pioneer and a polarizing figure. The dot-com bubble swelled, the Berlin Wall fell, and globalization knit the world closer together. Microsoft became a colossus, and with it came scrutiny, antitrust lawsuits, criticisms, the weight of being the face of an industry that was reshaping society. Yet through it all, Gates remained, at his core, a problem solver, a man who still stayed up late reading, who still found joy in the puzzles of science and philanthropy. The turn of the millennium brought new challenges: 9/11, wars, economic crashes, but also new directions for Gates. He stepped back from Microsoft, turning his attention to global health, education, and climate change through the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The world had changed so much since his childhood, but one thing remained the same: his belief that technology, when guided by human purpose, could make life better. And so, as you drift toward sleep, picture him not just as the billionaire or the innovator, but as a man shaped by his time, a boy who grew up in the shadow of the space race, a young entrepreneur who bet on the future when it was still uncertain, an older man who still finds wonder in books and ideas. His story is woven into the fabric of the late 20th century, a thread in the larger tapestry of progress and change. There is something soothing in knowing that even the largest lives are made of small moments, sitting in a quiet library, typing late into the night, laughing over a simple meal. The world moves quickly, but rest comes to us all the same. And tonight, as the stars turn slowly overhead, let yourself settle into that quiet truth. The past is full of stories, and the future is still unwritten. But for now, there is only this moment, this stillness, this gentle slide into sleep. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Imagine, as you settle deeper into the quiet of the night, how one person's vision can ripple outward, touching countless lives in ways both seen and unseen. Bill Gates's influence stretches far beyond the glow of computer screens or the hum of servers. It lives in the way we work, the way we think about technology, even the way we imagine solving the world's greatest problems. His legacy is not just in code or philanthropy, but in the quiet shifts of perspective that have shaped our modern world. In the early days of personal computing, when machines were bulky and unfamiliar, Gates saw something most people couldn't: a future where software, not just hardware, would be the key to unlocking potential. Microsoft's early operating systems, clunky by today's standards, were the first steps toward making computers accessible to everyday people. Before long, offices hummed with the sound of keyboards, schools introduced typing lessons, and families gathered around monitors to play simple games or write letters. The world was changing, and Gates was one of the quiet architects of that change. turning the computer from a specialized tool into a household necessity. But with great influence comes scrutiny, and the late 1990s brought a shift in how the public viewed him. Once celebrated as the boy genius who dropped out of Harvard to change the world, Gates became a symbol of corporate power, sometimes admired, sometimes resented. The antitrust lawsuits against Microsoft painted him as a monopolist, a man whose ambition had perhaps grown too large. Yet even in those years, something deeper was stirring. The same relentless focus that built Microsoft began turning outward, toward problems far beyond the digital realm. The founding of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation marked a turning point, not just in his life, but in how society viewed the role of wealth in solving global crises. Here was a man who could have spent his later years in quiet luxury, yet chose, instead, to tackle diseases like malaria and polio, to pour billions into vaccines and clean water, to sit in village clinics and listen to mothers talk about their children's health. Slowly, the public's perception softened. The tech titan became the philanthropist, the man who spoke not just of market share, but of human dignity. Some of the most lasting changes he helped bring about were in global health. Before the Gates Foundation, many diseases of the developing world were seen as intractable, too complex, or too expensive to solve. But Gates approached them with the same methodical patience he once applied to coding, breaking big problems into smaller ones, investing in research, measuring results. The eradication of polio, once a distant dream, became a tangible goal. Vaccination rates climbed. New tools like mosquito nets and portable diagnostics reached the people who needed them most. It was a reminder that technology, when paired with compassion, could heal as well as innovate. Education, too, felt his influence. Long before online learning became commonplace, Gates was funding experiments in digital classrooms, scholarships for underrepresented students, and research into what made teaching effective. He believed that talent was evenly distributed, but opportunity was not, and that technology could help bridge the gap. Today, when a student in a remote village takes an online course, or a teacher uses data to tailor lessons, there are echoes of that belief, quietly shaping futures one classroom at a time. Even his failures became lessons. Some initiatives, like early attempts to reinvent the American high school, didn't achieve what he'd hoped. Others, like his optimism about nuclear energy as a climate solution, faced skepticism. But Gates never shied away from admitting missteps, refining his approach, and trying again. That willingness to learn in public, to adapt, softened the image of the once untouchable tech magnate, making him more human, more relatable. Then came climate change, perhaps the most daunting challenge of all. Here, Gates brought his signature blend of curiosity and pragmatism, diving into the science of carbon capture, the economics of clean energy, the stubborn realities of political will. His book, How to Avoid a Climate Disaster Asterisk, wasn't just a call to action. It was a manual breaking down a vast, overwhelming problem into solvable pieces. Critics sometimes questioned whether one wealthy individual should have so much influence over global priorities. But supporters argued that Gates's approach, systemic, data-driven, focused on scalable solutions, was exactly what the moment demanded. Beyond his direct impact, Gates shaped culture in quieter ways. He helped redefine what it meant to be a billionaire in the 21st century, setting a precedent for giving while living rather than leaving fortunes to posthumous foundations. Alongside peers like Warren Buffett, he popularized the giving pledge, inviting the ultra-wealthy to commit half their wealth to charity. The idea was simple but profound, that great riches came with great responsibility, and that the privileged had a duty to give back. In tech circles, his legacy is more complicated. Some younger innovators see Microsoft's early dominance as a cautionary tale about the dangers of monopolies, while others admire Gates's ability to pivot from software to societal impact. But even those who disagree with his methods often share his core belief that technology should serve humanity, not the other way around. And then there are the small, everyday ways his influence lingers, the way we take for granted that a computer will understand our commands, that a click will bring the world to our fingertips, the way we assume diseases can be conquered if only we marshal enough knowledge and will, the way we debate the role of wealth in society, the ethics of influence, the balance between innovation and equity. These conversations, now part of our collective consciousness, bear the faint imprint of his journey as you drift closer to sleep. Think of how strange and beautiful it is that a single life can touch so many others, not through grand gestures alone, but through persistence, through trial and error, through showing up again and again. Gates's story, like all great stories, is not one of perfect triumph, but of evolution. The boy who stayed up late writing code became the man who stayed up late reading scientific papers. The entrepreneur who changed how we work became the philanthropist who changed how we give. And perhaps that's the most comforting thought of all, that growth is always possible, that the next chapter is never fully written. The world keeps turning, challenges keep coming, but so too does the human capacity to adapt, to learn, to care. Now, let that thought carry you gently into rest. The stars are still shining, the night is still quiet, and tomorrow's possibilities are waiting, as they always do, just beyond the horizon. Breathe deeply and let go. The day's stories are done, and sleep is here, soft and forgiving as the tide. With the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. Think of a young boy, barely 13 years old, sitting in the dim glow of a computer terminal in the basement of his Seattle school. It was 1968, and computers were still massive, clunky machines that filled entire rooms. Most people had never even seen one. But this boy, Bill Gates, was already writing his first programs, simple games like tic-tac-toe, on a teletype machine connected to a General Electric mainframe. The school had struck a deal to use the computer in exchange for students helping to test its software. And Gates would stay there for hours, long after everyone else had gone home, utterly absorbed in the logic and possibilities of code. One of his earliest teachers recalled how he would pace the room, thinking deeply, then suddenly stop and scribble lines of programming on a notepad before rushing back to the keyboard. He wasn't just playing with a machine, he was learning to speak its language. By the time he was 15, he and his friend Paul Allen had written a scheduling program for the school and charged the school itself a fee for using it. It was a small sign of the entrepreneurial spirit that would later define him. Fast forward a few years to a cold December night in 1974. Paul Allen was walking through Harvard Square when he spotted the cover of Popular Electronics Asterisk magazine. It featured a new microcomputer called the Altair 800. Allen rushed to show Gates, and the two young men, barely out of their teens, had a realization. The future of computing wasn't in massive mainframes, but in small, personal machines. And someone would need to write software for them. They called the company that made the Altair MITS, and boldly claimed they had already written a version of the basic programming language for it. They hadn't. In fact, they didn't even have an Altair to test their code on. But over the next 8 weeks, working day and night in Harvard's computer lab, they wrote the program from scratch, using a manual to simulate the Altair's functions. When Allen flew to Albuquerque to demonstrate it, neither of them knew if it would work. But the moment he loaded the tape and typed a command, and the machine responded correctly, it was the beginning of everything. Gates dropped out of Harvard soon after, and Microsoft was born. Even in those early days, Gates was known for his intense focus. He would work for 36 hours straight, fall asleep at his desk, then wake up and start again. His first employees joked that he had 2 speeds, asleep and full throttle. When deadlines loomed, he would sometimes pull all-nighters in the office, ordering pizza and pacing the halls, muttering to himself as he debugged code. But beneath that relentless drive was a dry, almost mischievous sense of humor. In one famous incident, early Microsoft employees arrived at work to find their office chairs stacked in a precarious tower in the middle of the room. Gates had done it in the middle of the night, just to confuse them. One of the lesser-known stories from Microsoft's early days involves a trip to Japan in 1977. Gates and Allen were negotiating a deal with a major electronics company, but neither of them spoke Japanese. During a critical meeting, the Japanese executives kept nodding and smiling, and Gates assumed everything was going well, until he realized they were actually saying no. The deal nearly fell apart until Alan, in a stroke of quick thinking, grabbed a notepad and drew a flowchart explaining their proposal. The visual broke through the language barrier, and the deal was saved. It was a small moment, but a reminder that even the most brilliant minds sometimes stumble, and that persistence can turn misunderstandings into opportunities. As Microsoft grew, so did Gates' reputation as a tough, sometimes ruthless negotiator. But there were moments when his softer side shone through. In the early 1980s, a young programmer named Neil Konzen was working late at the office when Gates stopped by his desk. Konzen had been struggling with a problem for days, and Gates sat down beside him, looked at the code, and within minutes spotted the error. Instead of moving on, he stayed for hours, helping Konzen refine the solution. Years later, Konzen would say that moment taught him more about programming and leadership than any lecture ever could. Another quiet but revealing moment came in 1995, when Gates was already one of the richest men in the world. He was reading a book about infectious diseases when he stumbled upon a statistic that shocked him. Hundreds of thousands of children in poor countries were dying from illnesses that had been eradicated in the developed world. That moment planted the seed for what would later become the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. It wasn't an overnight transformation. He was still deeply involved in Microsoft for years afterward. But it marked the beginning of a shift in how he saw his role in the world. One of the most touching stories from his later years involves Warren Buffett, who became not just a business partner, but a close friend. When Buffett decided to give the bulk of his fortune to the Gates Foundation, he did it with a single handwritten letter. Gates later said that reading it brought him to tears. The two men, despite their differences in age and temperament, shared a dry wit and a deep curiosity about the world. They would often play bridge together, or sit for hours discussing everything from economics to epidemiology. Buffett once joked that Gates had a mind that's a combination of Einstein and Edison. But what truly bonded them was their shared belief that wealth was meaningless unless it was used to make the world better. Even now, long after stepping away from Microsoft, Gates remains a creature of habit. He still reads voraciously, often finishing a book in a single sitting, and carries a little notebook where he jots down ideas and questions. He's been known to fall asleep during meetings, not out of boredom, but because he pushes himself so hard that his body simply shuts down. And yet, despite his wealth and fame, he still finds joy in the simple things: a game of tennis, a puzzle with his children, or a quiet evening with a good book. It's easy to think of figures like Gates as larger than life, their achievements too vast to relate to. But the truth is, his story is built on countless small moments: a late night in a computer lab, a scribbled note, a chance conversation. And perhaps that's the most comforting thought of all, that greatness isn't about perfection, but about showing up again and again with curiosity and determination. So, as you drift toward sleep, let these stories settle gently in your mind. The night is quiet, the stars are bright, and tomorrow, like every day, is full of possibilities, both great and small. Breathe deeply and let go. The world keeps turning, and somewhere, someone is just beginning their own story. Rest now and dream. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. In the quiet twilight of his later years, Bill Gates found himself stepping further away from the bright lights of Silicon Valley and deeper into the hushed, purposeful rhythm of philanthropy. The same mind that once raced to outmaneuver competitors in the tech world now turned its focus to quieter, slower battles, eradicating diseases, improving education, and fighting climate change. His days were still filled with intensity, but the urgency had softened, replaced by a patient, methodical dedication to solving problems that would take decades, not quarters, to fix. He and Melinda, his partner in both life and philanthropy, had built the Gates Foundation into something extraordinary, a force for good that moved with both precision and compassion. They poured billions into vaccines, ensuring that children in the poorest corners of the world would no longer die from preventable diseases. Polio, once a terrifying specter, was now on the verge of eradication, its last strongholds steadily crumbling under the weight of relentless effort. Malaria nets, clean water initiatives, and investments in agricultural innovation all bore the quiet imprint of Gates' belief that every life had equal value. Yet for all the scale of his philanthropy, Gates remained, at heart, a man who found solace in simplicity. He still woke early, often before dawn, to read, sometimes a dense scientific paper on climate change, sometimes a novel recommended by a friend. His library, vast and ever-growing, was a sanctuary where he could lose himself in ideas, just as he had as a young programmer hunched over a keyboard in the dark. When he wasn't reading, he was thinking, turning problems over in his mind like smooth stones in a river. His notebook, always nearby, filled with equations, questions, and half-formed theories. Some pages held musings on nuclear energy as a solution to climate change. Others sketched out ideas for reinventing the toilet to improve sanitation in developing countries. There was a restlessness to his curiosity, but also a deep contentment in the act of learning itself. The world, of course, still saw him as a titan, the man who had shaped the digital age, and then turned his fortune toward healing the world. Awards and honors continued to find him, though he often seemed more comfortable discussing failures than successes. In interviews, he would reflect on the early missteps of Microsoft, the stubbornness that sometimes blinded him to better ideas, the moments he wished he had listened more. It was this humility, this willingness to admit imperfection, that made his later years feel so human. And then there were the quieter moments, the ones that never made headlines, but meant the most. Evenings spent playing cards with old friends, their laughter filling the room as if no time had passed since they were college students dreaming up the future. Afternoons lost in a chess match with one of his children, the slow, satisfying click of pieces moving across the board, the rare, unhurried walks through the woods near his home, where the only sounds were the rustle of leaves and the distant call of birds. As the years passed, he began to think more about legacy, not in the grandiose sense, but in the small, indelible marks left behind. He knew that Microsoft would endure, its code woven into the fabric of modern life. But he hoped, more than anything, that his work in global health and education would ripple outward long after he was gone, that a child saved from malaria might grow up to change the world in ways he couldn't yet imagine. He also turned his attention to climate change, recognizing it as the defining challenge of the coming century. Through breakthrough energy, he funded startups working on clean energy solutions, from advanced nuclear reactors to carbon capture technologies. The problems were immense, the timelines long, but Gates had always been comfortable playing the long game. He spoke often of the need for patience, for persistence, the same qualities that had carried him through the early days of Microsoft. And through it all, he wrote books like Asterisk, How to Avoid a Climate Disaster, and The Road Ahead became bestsellers, not because they promised easy answers, but because they invited readers into his thought process, methodical, questioning, always searching for the next piece of the puzzle. His prose was clear and straightforward, free of ego, as if he were sitting across from you at a kitchen table, explaining something fascinating he'd just learned. In rare moments of reflection, he would think back on the winding path of his life, the sleepless nights in the computer lab, the thrill of seeing Windows boot up for the first time, the weight of responsibility that came with wealth and influence. He had made mistakes, of course. He had been too competitive, too certain of his own ideas at times. But he had also learned, grown, and most importantly, used his gifts to lift others. Now, as the years softened the edges of his ambition, he found a quiet joy in mentoring the next generation of thinkers and doers. Young entrepreneurs, scientists, and activists would come to him for advice, and he would listen intently, asking probing questions, offering not just answers, but frameworks for thinking. He loved seeing the spark of an idea take hold in someone else's mind, knowing that the future belonged to them. The world had changed immeasurably since he'd first sat down at a computer terminal as a boy. Technology had reshaped everything: how we work, how we communicate, how we understand the universe. And yet, some things remained the same. The quiet satisfaction of a problem solved, the warmth of shared laughter, the simple pleasure of a good book on a rainy afternoon. As evening settled over his home, the sky streaked with soft hues of orange and purple, Gates might pause for a moment on the porch. Watching the light fade, the air would be still, the world hushed, and in that stillness, there was a deep, abiding peace. He had lived a life of extraordinary impact, but it was the ordinary moments, the ones filled with curiosity, connection, and quiet purpose, that truly shaped a legacy. And so, as the stars began to appear, one by one, he would take a slow breath, savoring the night. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new questions to turn over in his mind. But for now, there was only this gentle, perfect stillness. The world kept turning, and somewhere, someone was just beginning their own story. Rest now and dream. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. The story of Bill Gates is like a quiet river, flowing steadily through time. Its currents shaping the landscape long after its source has passed. His influence lingers in the soft hum of computers, in the quiet halls of schools and hospitals, in the determined work of scientists and dreamers who carry forward the ideas he helped set in motion. Even now, as the world turns toward new challenges, the ripples of his work continue to spread, touching lives in ways both seen and unseen, like the faint glow of starlight on still waters. In the beginning, his vision was simple, a computer on every desk, in every home. That dream, once thought impossible, became the foundation of a digital age that now stretches across the globe. But beyond the machines and the code, beyond the wealth and the fame, Gates left something deeper, a way of thinking, a belief that problems, no matter how vast, could be solved with patience, ingenuity, and relentless curiosity. This mindset did not fade with the passing years. Instead, it took root in the hearts of those who followed, inspiring new generations to look at the world not as it was, but as it could be. Consider the young programmers of today, sitting in dimly lit rooms, fingers dancing across keyboards, building the next great thing. Many of them first learned to code because of Gates, because of the tools and platforms he helped create. Some never met him, never heard him speak, yet his fingerprints are there, gently guiding their hands. The open source movement, the rise of artificial intelligence, the democratization of technology, all of these bear traces of the path he helped pave. And just as he once stood on the shoulders of those who came before him, so too do these new visionaries build upon his work, sometimes refining it, sometimes challenging it, but always moving forward. Then there are the institutions, the quiet forces of change that carry his name and his ideals into the future. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation stands as a monument not to one man, but to the belief that the world can be made better through deliberate, thoughtful action. Its work in global health has saved countless lives, eradicating diseases, strengthening healthcare systems, bringing hope to places where hope was once scarce. The Foundation's influence can be seen in the laboratories where scientists labor over vaccines, in the classrooms where children learn without fear of illness, in the villages where mothers no longer dread the diseases that once took their children. These are not abstract victories. They are quiet, steady triumphs, unfolding one life at a time. And yet, the legacy is not without its complexities. Just as a river bends and shifts with the land, so too has Gates's work been reinterpreted, questioned, even critiqued over the years. Some argue that the very technologies he helped create have brought unintended consequences: the erosion of privacy, the spread of misinformation, the widening gap between those who have access and those who do not. These conversations are not criticisms so much as they are evolutions, the natural process of a world learning how to live with the tools it has been given. Gates himself has spoken of these challenges, acknowledging that progress is never perfect, never finished, but the dialogue itself is a testament to his impact, proof that his work was not just transformative, but alive, still growing, still changing with the times. There are those who have taken his ideas and stretched them further, applying his methods to problems he never faced. Entrepreneurs in developing nations use technology to leapfrog old barriers, building businesses and solutions tailored to their own communities. Educators reimagine learning, blending digital tools with human connection to reach students in ways once thought impossible. Environmentalists harness data and innovation to combat climate change, proving that the same thinking that built the digital world can also help preserve the natural one. These are the quiet revolutions, the ones that unfold without fanfare, yet reshape the world just the same. And then there are the personal stories, the ones that never make headlines, but matter all the more for their simplicity. The child who reads a book on a tablet, the farmer who checks the weather on a phone, the doctor who consults a database to diagnose a rare illness. Each of these moments is a thread in the tapestry Gates helped weave. His legacy is not just in the grand gestures, but in the small, everyday ways technology has become a silent partner in human lives. It is there in the background, like the steady ticking of a clock marking time, but also creating it, giving people the space to dream, to invent, to live a little more freely. As the years pass, the story of Bill Gates will continue to unfold, not in his own actions, but in the actions of those he inspired. The students who study because of scholarships he funded, the researchers who press on because of grants he provided, the activists who fight because they believe, as he did, that the world can be better. All of them are part of the same long, quiet river of change. And though the river may sometimes slow, may sometimes split into new channels, it never stops moving forward. So, as the night deepens and the stars shine a little brighter overhead, it is comforting to think of this legacy not as something finished, but as something alive, still growing, still breathing. The work continues, carried on by countless hands. each adding their own small piece to the puzzle. And somewhere, in a room lit only by a screen, or in a village where a vaccine has just arrived, or in the mind of a child just beginning to wonder how things work, the next chapter is already being written. Rest now and dream. The story is far from over. Wrapped in the comfort of these words, we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. Stories, like rivers, carry many things downstream: truths, half-truths, and myths, all swirling together in the current. The story of Bill Gates is no different. Over the years, as his influence spread from the world of technology to global philanthropy, the narrative around him has been shaped and reshaped, simplified, and sometimes distorted. It is a story full of sharp edges softened by time, of complexities flattened into easier, more digestible tales. And as we drift into the quiet of the night, it's worth gently untangling some of these misconceptions, not to correct or criticize, but simply to appreciate the fuller, richer picture that lies beneath. One of the most persistent myths is that Bill Gates was always a computer prodigy, born with an innate understanding of code, as if he emerged from the womb typing algorithms. The truth is far more human and far more interesting. He was curious, yes, and deeply driven, but he was also fortunate to attend a school with access to computers at a time when most students had never even seen one. His early fascination was nurtured by opportunity, by mentors who recognized his potential, and by long nights spent tinkering and experimenting, making mistakes as often as breakthroughs. The myth of the lone genius obscures the reality that brilliance is rarely solitary. It is fed by circumstance, by collaboration, and by the willingness to fail and try again. Another common simplification is the idea that Microsoft's rise was inevitable, a predestined triumph of the best product winning out. The story often skips over the missteps, the fierce competition, and the moments when things could have gone very differently. Early versions of Microsoft software were far from perfect, and Gates himself has spoken about the anxiety of knowing rivals were close behind. The company's success was as much about persistence, timing, and shrewd business decisions as it was about technological superiority. The myth of inevitability makes history feel orderly, when in truth, it is often messy, shaped by chance as much as by vision. Then there is the later chapter of Gates' life, his turn to philanthropy, which has been both celebrated and misunderstood. Some see it as a sudden transformation, a wealthy man deciding one day to give his money away. But the shift was gradual, a slow awakening to the scale of the world's problems and the potential to address them. Even then, his approach was not without controversy. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has been praised for its ambitious goals, eradicating diseases, improving education, addressing poverty. But it has also faced criticism. Some argue that such concentrated philanthropic power can distort priorities, that decisions made by a few wealthy individuals might not always align with the needs of the many. These critiques are not dismissals of the work, but reminders that even well-intentioned efforts are complicated, that no single approach can solve everything. One of the most persistent distortions is the idea that Gates' wealth is purely the result of his own hard work, as if he built Microsoft alone, without relying on the infrastructure of society, public education, government research, the labor of countless others. This narrative ignores the interconnected nature of success, the way every innovator stands on the shoulders of those who came before. Gates himself has acknowledged this, often speaking about the role of luck in his life, the privileges he had that others did not. The myth of the self-made billionaire is seductive, but it obscures the truth that no one truly builds anything entirely alone. And then there are the darker myths, the conspiracy theories that have woven themselves around his name in recent years. These stories, often fantastical and unfounded, reveal more about the anxieties of our time than they do about Gates himself. They speak to a fear of power, a distrust of influence, and a deep unease about the rapid changes in technology and society. It's a reminder that public figures, especially those as prominent as Gates, become symbols. Their real lives and intentions buried beneath layers of projection and speculation. But perhaps the greatest oversimplification is the idea that any single person's story can be neatly summarized at all. Gates' life, like all lives, is a tapestry of contradictions, moments of brilliance and moments of doubt, successes and failures, generosity and ambition. The man who ruthlessly competed in business is the same man who has donated billions to save lives. The programmer who stayed up late debugging code is the same advocate who now spends his days thinking about how to solve some of the world's most stubborn problems. These are not inconsistencies to be resolved, but complexities to be embraced. As the night deepens and the weight of sleep begins to settle, it's worth remembering that history is rarely as simple as the stories we tell. The myths and misconceptions around Bill Gates are not just about him. They reflect our own hopes, fears, and misunderstandings about wealth, power, and change. And just as the river of his legacy continues to flow, so too does our understanding of his story, slowly widening, deepening, revealing new layers with time. So rest now, and let the complexities drift like leaves on water. The full story is always evolving, always being written anew by those who study it, who question it, who add their own small pieces to the puzzle. And in that gentle, ongoing unraveling, there is comfort not in having all the answers, but in knowing that the questions themselves are part of the journey. Sleep well. The story is far from over. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter. As we near the end of our quiet reflection on the life of Bill Gates, it's worth pausing to consider the quiet echoes of his legacy, how one person's journey can ripple outward, touching so many lives in ways both seen and unseen. His story is not one of simple triumphs or straightforward lessons, but rather a winding path filled with moments of intense focus, unexpected turns, and deep contemplation. It's a story that continues to unfold, even now, as the world changes around us, as new challenges arise, and as his influence lingers in the quiet hum of technology, the rustle of turning pages in a library, the distant murmur of a child saved from disease. Think for a moment of the early days, when a young man sat hunched over a computer, lost in lines of code, solving problems no one else had yet imagined. That same curiosity, that same hunger to understand systems, to make them work better, would later shift from the digital realm to the vast and tangled challenges of global health, education, and climate. It's as if the thread of his life was always leading somewhere larger, though he couldn't have known it at the time. And isn't that true for all of us? We move forward step by step, guided by our passions, our stubbornness, our mistakes, and our occasional strokes of luck, only later seeing how the pieces fit together. Gates' legacy is often framed in two acts: the driven entrepreneur who helped shape the modern world of computing, and the philanthropist who turned his attention to reshaping the future of humanity. But these are not separate stories. They are connected by the same restless mind, the same belief that problems, no matter how daunting, can be broken down, analyzed, and solved. Whether debugging a piece of software or devising a strategy to eradicate polio, the underlying rhythm of his approach remains steady, methodical, persistent. And yet, there's something deeply human in the gaps between these achievements, the missteps, the criticisms, the public struggles, and private doubts. These, too, are part of the legacy, reminding us that even the most extraordinary lives are still lives, still subject to the same uncertainties and frailties as anyone else's. Today, his name is invoked in countless ways, sometimes with admiration, sometimes with skepticism, often with a mix of both. For some, he is the embodiment of innovation, the architect of the digital age. For others, he is a symbol of wealth and power, a reminder of the vast inequalities that persist in our world. And then there are those who know him simply as the man whose foundation brought vaccines to their village, or whose donations helped build their school, or whose books lined their library shelves. Legacy is never one thing. It shifts with perspective, with time, with the quiet accumulation of daily lives, touched in ways both large and small. Perhaps the most enduring part of Gates' story is not any single achievement, but the way he redefined what it means to wield influence. After decades of building an empire in technology, he chose to dismantle another kind of system, the idea that vast wealth must remain static, hoarded, untouched. Alongside Melinda, he pioneered a new model of philanthropy, one that treats giving not as charity, but as investment, as engineering, as another complex system to optimize. And in doing so, he challenged others to rethink their own responsibilities, their own potential to redirect resources toward solving the world's most pressing problems. And yet, for all the grandeur of his later work, there's something comforting in the small, ordinary details that persist in his story. The man who revolutionized the way we work and communicate is also the man who, by his own admission, still loves a good burger, still gets absorbed in books, still enjoys a quiet evening at home. It's a reminder that no matter how vast a person's impact, they are still just a person, someone who laughs, who gets tired, who wonders occasionally if they're doing enough. That duality is perhaps what makes his legacy feel so real, so relatable, even as it stretches across the globe. As the night grows quieter and your thoughts begin to soften at the edges, let the story of Bill Gates settle gently in your mind, not as a closed book, but as a living, breathing thing, still being written, still being questioned, still evolving in the hands of those who study it. His influence is woven into the fabric of our daily lives, from the devices we hold to the vaccines that keep us safe, from the schools that educate children to the research that might one day slow the warming of our planet. And yet, like all great stories, it is also imperfect, unfinished, full of contradictions that need not be resolved to be understood. So tonight, as you drift toward sleep, let go of the need for simple answers. Let the complexities of this life, like all lives, simply be. The legacy of Bill Gates is not a monument to be admired from a distance, but a current in the river of history, sometimes turbulent, sometimes calm, always moving, always carrying fragments of the past into the future. And as you surrender to the quiet of the night, know that the story goes on in ways seen and unseen, just as your own story does. Rest now, breathe deeply, and let the weight of the day dissolve into the hush of the night. Tomorrow will bring new questions, new stories, new layers to uncover. But for now, sleep. The world will keep turning, the river will keep flowing, and the story, always the story, will continue. Good night.